So to start, as far as title screens go, there isn't really much to look at here. The artwork is nice, but with the comparisons being made, every Zelda opening has had at least something to inspire some kind of feeling about what the player is getting themselves into. Even if it isn't an immediate intro, they've also usually get some kind of a track mode afterwards that'll usually lore dump things about the setting. The first time you launch a save on Breath of the Wild, you'll get thrown right into the game, and that makes sense. I feel like it's fitting. It's not just an intro, it's Link's reawakening, and you both know nothing about what's going on. But also, they were breaking conventions to begin with, so it still kind of makes sense. My biggest issue comes after your first time booting up the game. I genuinely believe the intro should have been dynamic to some degree. If you hadn't left the plateau, maybe Link sitting and chatting with the old man after reawakening. After that, Link looking out the great ledge of the Great Plateau or standing at the top of the Temple of Time. For any of the stables, just him in your previously equipped armor set getting ready to hit out. It's small stuff, but I genuinely think it'd be infinitely better than this. If you've played Age of Calamity, well, here's a pretty good example of that. Now, call me crazy, but I think that would have been, again, infinitely better than just a few scrolling images. Not to mention, it's dynamic. As you progress through the game, and different events happen, what's going on there will change, and I think that's super cool. I genuinely wish it had been implemented even whenever Tears of the Kingdom came up because they just kind of did this again. It's fine, it's serviceable, but it is infinitely less interesting than anything else they could do. And it's also really disappointing, actually, which I guess you could say isn't fine or okay. But I'll move on for now. On a normal first playthrough of the game, it'll just go straight into the intro. You'll get to the title, and then everything will start up. It'll look kind of like if you just start up a new game or you load into a new profile. In fact, it'll look exactly like if you load into a new profile. It goes a little something like this. For the most part, forgive me for talking over this. I'm sure you've seen this about 100,000 times, or at least close to that amount, because, well, if you've watched a review for the game, or you're watching a review for the game, you've probably played it at some point, and it's also been out for quite a few years. But my main point is, again, that once you boot up the game and you get this, it's kind of a departure from what you're used to. Again, not a bad thing, but as far as how other games usually begin, this is, again, a massive departure. They were trying to break trends and stuff like that. Link still wakes up, from a nap, but this one was a dirt nap, not a small nap. That said, despite, this game actually not doing a lot to move away from those conventions, but instead putting a bit more energy into making everything feel more seamless, it still does a really good job of what it tries to do.
Open your eyes.
They very much managed to nail a kind of crap saturated post-apocalyptic feel, where things are already over. It's been over for a while. There are just ruins left, but life is still being maintained. Things look bright and colorful, but they actually really kind of suck if you take 3 seconds to look around beyond what's actually going on. But that's how this world has always kind of been. It looks really nice on the surface and like it'd be fun to live in, but unless you're a main character, it's just going to be an awful experience for you. And maybe even more so if you happen to be a main character. Link starts his adventure by climbing out of his little restoration pool, hopping down, and our amnesiac doesn't really take too long kind of getting the gist of what's going on in the long run anyways. You just get a helpful little guide to tell him things. Kinda sorta. When you first begin in this room, the camera will be focused there. You get a unique angle that kind of makes it the kind of focal point for everything. It's the only kind of interactable object in the room, and the camera slightly puts its focus there the entire time until you move or do something. Pausing and looking through inventory won't really give you anything beyond, like, the fact that you're missing memories. Interface spoiler, in case you don't know. With that out of the way, if you move the analog stick whatsoever or you hop, the camera will actually fit right behind Link again. We're going to keep it on the normal HUD mode for this because, well, it's semi-important to something I want to talk about. The controls will be down the bottom to let you know how everything works. For this section exclusively, there will be a few things like this. Interacting gives you this neat little scene of how everything works.
That is a Sheikah slate. Take it. It will help guide you after your long slumber.
Again, really basic, not too many questions being asked here by our hero. We get an item, we're asked to run away. He takes it kind of cautiously, and, you know, it powers on. There's something familiar about it. The fact that it's a Switch, Wii U, or, you know, Link's an Amnesiac and kind of has a vague memory of it, should be something that tips you off. It's a small nod in multiple different directions, and you can't really tell if it's a yes nod or a no nod, but it's a nod all the same. The door will open, asking you to proceed. Camera stays kind of focused on it, just like before, and there's really nothing else that you can do in here. The Korok that's normally here isn't here yet for obvious reasons. The game wants you to continue, so it kind of pushes you that way. A natural curiosity should lead you to these barrels, which you can have some kind of interaction with. Taste it a drop and throw them when you pick them up. You can push things by walking into them, if they're largely Link. Super simple stuff, you can throw things as well. You can push objects, you can climb up on them, but you can only do so much when it comes to them. It's not a very big playground, it's just to get you used to some of the small controls. Once you approach the chest, which would have probably been a higher priority, congrats, you've gotten an item. It'll tell you how to interact with it, how to open your inventory, all that fun stuff. It'll even save a little bit. You can open chests from any direction, meaning you don't have to stand directly in front of them anymore. It's unlike you'll just walk forward after that, but if you do, when you get around this point, another station in the room will start glowing. It's, again, the only thing you can really interact with. The game is guiding you through use of colors. It's a bright light in the darkness. You won't notice it at first because, well, it won't be glowing. But once you get down there and it starts glowing, your brain is going to go, ooh, interactable, and you'll probably run forward from there. It doesn't start till you're at the bottom of the ramp, after which it'll start glowing. It's like its own little proximity mine. Don't get too close or you'll get your legs blown off. With that out of the way, we just walk forward to test it. Bada bing, bada boom. And then we move on. We see a small runic pattern on the ground. Equip our goods. And we're on our way.
Hold the Sheikah slate up to the pedestal. That will show you the way. Link, you are the light. Our light. That must shine upon Hyrule once again. Now go.
So at this point, you're met with a long hallway. Once you finally step into it, you'll be given two prompts. It'll show you that you have the ability to sprint and the ability to jump. The Korok is still not back there. There's some more light being let in, so the foggyish look of the area is clearing out. and a lot of its glow is leaving it. But all in all, it's still the same place you definitely left. It just looks a lot more different now that the lights are actually on. You know, typical stuff. It isn't until we hit the stairs that we'll get the prompt. As long as we're not touching them, the game won't tell us about jumping or sprinting. It tries to be as unintrusive as possible. Running too much will make you run out of stamina. You'll be too tired to do certain things until it's up again. Jumping will let you hop up, all that fun stuff. Be able to tell that water slows you down a little bit. And once you approach this rock face, it'll tell you all about climbing. It does its best to explain these small mechanics to you in a natural way right out of the gate. And that's good. Once you reach the top of this, you'll, have access to the rest of the hallway. You might take a note of how it tells you that you can still jump while you're on the wall or let go. If you choose to interact with that in each direction, you'll get to figure out what it does in each direction. I don't think many of those will feel very natural, especially jumping back off the moment you start, but I think it's also not something you'll take a very long time to get used to. You finish that up, and you get the scene. It's Hyrule, and you get the title card. Like I was saying before, I think this would have worked way better as a title screen of some sort. It's just kind of something to look over at, and it's an iconic spot in the game. There are lots of spots like this. Anyways, that aside, the game directs you to the old man. Shows you him, he's the only other person you see so far, but immediately after this, the game has your camera again focused on the stick. It's not directly focused on it, but it's a small twinkling object and the camera's locked like this. It wants to tell you to head down that way, so you probably will. At least to interact with something on the path. You run up to it, you can hit that. If you hit plus to go to your inventory, it takes you to your inventory. Whoa, check that out. Link's automatically equipped it. You didn't have to do anything. The game tells you to use your weapon, and it lets you go hog wild. No overly complex explanations with mechanics that you aren't actually going to be using, because it wants you to figure that stuff out on your own. Like charge attacks. But we'll also get back to that explanation point later in the video. So, put a bookmark in that for now. Now that we've done that, a bit more experimenting will tell us that, hey, one attack and my tree branch was nearly broken. So, if that breaks, you're now unarmed. You don't have anything else to fight with. Spooky, right? Well, the game also just kind of puts more objects in front of you to very quickly get the point across that, hey, if one breaks, you can probably get another really quick. If you try to eat the first thing you come across, it's going to tell you that you don't need to do that. So you've almost instantaneously got a replacement or a second one of something you already had. This is a numbers game. You'll probably naturally progress down the road. It's nothing too crazy. There are other paths for you to explore, other items for you to see, but all roads lead to Grand Soren. There's nowhere else for you to really go, and if you do choose to skip this part, well, after a little while, Zelda's voice will ring out, telling you to hit to the place marked on the map on your Sheikah slate. Also, I want to bring something up. During this intro segment, before you visit the tower, time does not pass. It is completely still. The game locks the time period to 6 in the morning. Nighttime will never come, no matter what happens. You can't even rest at campfires during the segment, or at bids. You're just locked to daytime. It's because of the cutscene being pre-rendered. They want you and need you to see everything during the day so the rest of everything can play out how they want it. This isn't bad. I like it. But it also tells me they could have done this for other things. They could have used this to, if the players chose to interact more with the story in this segment, lean more into that. And if the player chose to just want to actually interact with the gameplay, well, they could have also just allowed that to happen. Because this game is kind of obsessed with letting you play it however you want, I feel like this would have been the way to go. And making it so players who are there for the story can interact more with the old man and figure out what's going on, while players disinterested with that can just kind of go do their own thing and figure things out for themselves. If you choose to interact with the story more, I feel the game does a good job of rewarding you for your curiosity. While if you choose to interact more with the game itself, the game also does a good job at rewarding you for the exact same things. Because an interesting area looks interesting, you choose to explore it, you choose to interact with it. And because you choose to do that, you often find things that might be useful to you. Sure, it eventually hits a point where you're just picking up opals that don't really matter, but to start, these things are going to be super interesting to you because, well, you don't know what they're used for yet. Again, Zelda will instruct you on where to go. In case you had no idea where you were looking for, she'll tell you exactly where to go. Link even looks down the slate. The voices in his head are calling out to him. If you talk to the old man again, he'll give you a bit more info, all that fun stuff. Game mechanics and stuff like that, he'll tell you about eating apples. You've probably already picked up a mushroom too. If you pick up the torch, he'll ask you how you intend to use it. You're given 3 responses. As a weapon, to set things on fire, and to cancel a conversation, you hit "It's a secret." All of them will lead to the end of the conversation, but they'll all also have different dialogue for what you do. He tells you a torch is best used for setting fires, and just like he says, torches don't lose durability when they are specifically used to light fires. And they just let you carry on fire infinitely. You don't have to worry about the object burning to a crisp in your hand. His axe isn't too far away either, you can walk right down here and find it. It's got 1 more attack than the torch. In addition to that, the woodcutter's axe actually has deceptively high durability for the point you get at the game. It might just have 3 attack, but it's got 47 durability. If you just saw the little infographic pop up on screen, you'll probably be amazed at how much damage you can actually pack out of this thing, considering the bokoblins up here have 13 HP. Also, rocks don't explode on contact with the ground anymore. They're not made of glass. It's really nice. But all in all, that axe will allow you to kill like 10 red bokoblins. That's potentially 10 items you get for the price of this 1 axe while you're on the Great Plateau. If you're using it right anyways. The bokoblin might have the weapon triangle advantage on you right now, but it doesn't deal a lot of damage. There are also plenty of healing items up the hill from where you just came from. Lots of apples and mushrooms that will allow you to heal back from this if you take damage. It's a good way for the player to be able to mess around with the combat system before being thrown into more dangerous situations than they might be used to at this point. Additionally, once you finally knock the bokoblin out, you might figure out, oh hey, enemies drop the weapons they're building. And that might inspire some thoughts. So, if you had issues with the combat, or it took you a little while to get into the flow of it, after all that is said and done, you've also probably got something to heal with if you're missing HP. I think they did a great job of, leading you along and showing you that the things you've already picked up will be useful. It's very low stakes right now, but the bokoblin probably already dropped monster bits for you, but if you take this guy out, he'll definitely drop a shoe jelly. That tells you different enemies drop different things. You don't know what elemental stimulation might mean at this point in the game, but, you'll probably run into that at some point. And once you do, you'll know exactly what it means. So, if you're running around, you'll know that the game is telling you to head down the hill, but you've also got an area right here. That bokoblin is using a different type of weapon. And from the enemy earlier, you know that when enemies die, they drop weapons. This gives you incentive to fight, to defeat this enemy so that you get another weapon. Something that might have more attack power than your previous stick and your axe. So, whenever you get around to actually finishing this guy off, you've got a new tool at your disposal. So, once you've finally taken him out, check that out. Bokoblin Horn. And a club. It's got 1 more attack than your axe. However, despite having more attack than your axe, it doesn't have more durability than your axe. It'll deal large amounts of damage a lot faster, but it won't last nearly as long. Additionally, its only use is for combat. You can't really use it for other things like cutting down trees. If you continue to hit this way, you'll find an empty ruin. There's nothing really here except for a few crates that if you interact with, you'll find out they don't break immediately when you throw them in a wall. You can break them by hitting them with your club, but, fun little tidbit, if you would have hit them with your axe, they would have shattered instantly. It's useful for more than just cutting down trees and fighting, it's also used for breaking things open. There are lots of different uses for the items you pick up in this game. So eventually we'll head up these stairs, and from the get-go, if you turn your camera, you can see a chest. That'll draw your attention. You'll also see a bokoblin guarding said chest. Well, less guarding and more existing near it, which is a crime on its own. They deal a bit more damage than the stick bokoblin, which tells you that things will definitely be ramping up. If you aren't wearing anything for some reason, that's gonna do a full heart damage. But because we're smart clothed individuals, we only took 2 damage from it. Anyways, for clearing that little trial and tribulation that we also could have just run past and grabbed this from, we're given the Hylian trousers, which will increase your defense by 3. This will give you a total of 4 defense as opposed to the 2 you had, which means that those club attacks will now just deal a quarter of a heart of damage, which is good. You've been rewarded for exploration, so you might feel incentivized to continue doing that, which, going further up into the area that just gave you this, will provide you with a few different things. Immediately, you won't be rewarded with anything, but you'll be able to look around and see that the world has had stuff happen in it. You don't know what these guardians are yet, but from what you can see, they might just be really bad news. Anyways, continuing forward, you'll eventually come across another bokoblin, but you've also got plenty of rooms to potentially look in and explore. So after a barrel and a bokoblin, our wooden club is badly damaged. We see another bokoblin, and that's a critical hit. Those multiply the amount of damage you do by 2, which means it deals double damage. The 4 damage from the club became 8. But also you just doubled the amount of clubs you have through those combats. You went from having 1 to having 2 by the end of it. So with the acquired knowledge that 1 bokoblin club is about 3 bokoblins, you're eventually going to probably end up with more weapons than you have weapon slots. And when that happens, you shouldn't feel scared about replacing those weapons. They're everywhere. Coming in here and interacting with Jaro's old school style, putting them through the ringer, you'll be rewarded with arrows, which is neat. That's nice. Arrows are good. They're helpful. So while exploring, you get some arrows and amber before you even get a bow. That tells you these things are also common like other items. Sure, it's not going to be like classic Zelda where when you pick up something like a bow, that's your trusty companion for the rest of the game. They're just as usable as anything else. They're disposable. So you shouldn't feel worried about using them either. They're all super common. Something I saw people stressing out about, and also continue to stress about, is the fact that they think these weapons are too good to use. The game never really tries to sell this to you, as an idea. It's something people pick up on their own. Also, praying at this does nothing yet, but it still might raise a few questions in your head. Back on the weapons topic though, it should just be clever use of your items. If you have something that freezes enemies, hit them with it once, switch to something else, and then clobber them again. If you've got ice arrows, the same principle applies. That's all I've got to say on that so far. But also, this is going to be the first ladder you see. You won't see a lot of them throughout the game, but for the ones you do see, climbing is essentially a stamina-free action for them. Also, right now we're pretty high up, aren't we? This is the top of a building. It's a high spot. If you fell off, that'd probably be bad news. This is probably the highest you've been since starting the game. All things considered, it's probably best not to take a little tumble off of this. But if you continue forward anyways, you'll eventually see that, hey, there's a chest in the room, and inside that chest, we don't know yet. So let's find out. Hint, it's a soldier's bow. In my experience, bows work inversely to weapons. The less ammunition you have with it, the more you want to make it count. So it makes it better to use stronger bows when you have less arrows, especially later in the game. That's nice, right? But if you're also walking through this, you might see a room up there. If you move too uncautiously and run through there, you're going to snap your legs on the ground like a couple of pretzels. Try to avoid doing that, because it'll send you straight here. Which isn't a bad place to be. It loads back in pretty quickly and the game's really merciful, especially in comparison with what Des might have registered in previous Zelda games. Because these will just basically toss you back 3 centimeters from where you previously died. Which can be a good thing or a bad thing, but also it'll refund any used items you might have had, so depending on if you feel like you could have done better in a fight, it might be—
You should kill yourself now!
Ignore
Hurry the fuck up!
Just think about, potentially starting over so you can get your items back and try to do it better. Also, fall damage is independent of your defense. Anyways, unlike previous Zelda games, jars and things don't restock on items the moment you leave the area, which means you can't use them as a constant source to essentially restock everything. Anyways, climbing up this wall to investigate will reveal that there's really nothing up there. Not everything you can explore leads somewhere, but they can still be pretty neat areas to look at. But also, until you proceed with the story, there's not going to be a lot for you to do in general. And they take this to an absurd point. You might not have noticed originally, because you just hit it on forward, but you don't even have a clock at this point. Time does not pass. You could go and collect everything on the Great Plateau and break everything on the Great Plateau, and nothing would respawn because blood moons don't happen. Besides the battle with Calamity Ganon, I'm pretty sure this is the only time the game locks the time to a certain point, and that's just for the cutscene with Zelda at the end. But with there being no interactables or anything you can really use to like kill time with, the game wants you to interact with, the tower. But for now, we're gonna relax. So, if you didn't dive in this lake earlier, well, you probably won't be surprised to find that it's a 3D title, so Link can swim from the get-go. Nice. Call it muscle memory, but I'm not particularly fond of the fact that Link can swim at the start. I feel like there should be multiple restrictions on the things you can do because, I don't know, yeah, I just feel like you start off strong and there's no real sense of growth besides health and stamina. But, to each their own. Now, drawing out the Excalibur, we've got a rusty broadsword. It says it can do some damage in a fight, but it's also rusty. It's an actual sword, and that makes sense for it to have more damage, but while it'll do that, it'll still break relatively quickly. It's not an actual sword like other ones you'll be finding later. Also, the rock formation to our right should give you a hint that we will be getting some light bombs in the game. But for now, you don't have those because you aren't progressing with the story. The guy from the Stanley Parable would be getting pissed right now, honestly. Because we keep making the active choice to not progress with the story, and because we aren't making an active choice to progress with the story, nothing is really going on. We're making forward progress, but we're not moving up or down. Time is going on, but we aren't really spending it in a wise way. I'm sure I've already brought it up at this point, but the game has already disabled interacting with anything like campfires. You can't pass the time at them, you can't progress time in any way, shape, or form, and there are no interactables that you can do anything with beyond the statue of Hylia. It's kind of lacking. It makes the world definitely feel empty. But you know what you can interact with? We're in the wrong spot. You can interact with what the game is telling you to. But even if you go to the Woodsman's hut, you can only find so much. Again, you can interact with his bed, his campfire is unlit. I'm sure you can still, like, light the cooking pot or the cook things with, but again, you can't really make any forward progress. Oh hey, peppers. The game never really, again, does anything like this again. It is put you at a wall. There are a lot of things you can still interact with in the areas, but you can't really do anything that will give you any kind of forward momentum. Anyways, shields work a little different compared to weapons. Your shield's defense is the little number that's displayed. If an enemy attack is higher than that, it'll stagger you when it hits. But if your shield defense is higher than their attack, it'll stagger them and prevent them from doing their entire combo. So if I use this pot lid and I was being attacked by a column with a stick, they would basically get every hit of their 2 to 3 hit combo in, and I would just have to deal with that continuously. So we try to avoid that. But even with that, they'll still absolutely save your life in a pinch. Anyways, we've got this little area down here and a little sort of cave back there. It's got bees in it. Bokoblin beekeepers. Bokoblins have pretty poor eyesight. If they don't know you're there, it'll take them a while before they start realizing that you even exist. How people really, I don't know, it makes sense for a lot of Hylians to probably have, like, bad eyesight, but I don't know. How they run into these things or get caught by them is really surprising to me. And how Bokoblins can even afford to use bows in the first place is also kind of odd to me. Anyways, we're not talking about that for now. What we're talking about is the fact that there is a lack of interactables up until the point where you finally push the story forward by interacting with the only thing that would push the story forward. Anyways, like in Majora's Mask and Metal Gear Solid 3, if you see a beehive, you can shoot that thing. Shooting beehives will have the obvious effect of pissing off the bees, but also sending any enemies that happen to be in the Roman area running for their lives, because, no one really wants to deal with that. It's comical, but it also doesn't deal much damage. You won't get, like, a Link to the Past mileage off of bees. I really wish you could, because those things are absolute homies in that game, but you won't. A great tactic for weakening up enemies, or just choosing not to fight them altogether, is to figure out where they are stashing their weapons. If you do that, you can immediately take what they have. Oh, I forgot something. Anyways, right now the numbers might not seem as relevant to anything because you don't really know the exact amount of HP every enemy has, so telling you the total amount of damage they can do is pointless, but around the time you get the Champion's Tunic, if you choose to wear it, all of that information becomes openly available to you. There's never really a way for you to know directly how much damage a weapon can do, but if you at least have an idea of how much it can do, then you have an idea of how many enemies you can exactly take down with it before things get rough. Things like this make it really easy to choose which fights might be worth it, but also properly scoping out your enemies. If you can look at them and you need weapons and you see that there's nothing there for you, just don't engage. Also, you don't know it yet, but the old man is full of shit. You can definitely climb down this cliffside. He just doesn't want you to. And I'm also saving this for later, because there are things I want to talk about. So, for future notes, I'm going to go ahead and stop showing off the weapon durability and attack for the moment. I'll start doing that whenever bigger weapons pop up with much more variance between anything you've seen up to that point. But for now, I want to show this off. Bokoblins, like I said, have bad eyesight. It takes them a little while to identify what the fuck they're looking at. Once they do that, though, you can figure out that arrows are something that are able to be picked up by you. Arrows they fire are things that you can pick up. So, sometimes it might be wise to use enemies to your advantage to stock up on certain things that might not always be available to you. Doing this prevents you from really running out of arrows unless you make an active choice to use a crap ton and not pick up any ones you missed. Or rather, missed with. After a certain while, the arrows will stop appearing, but that doesn't mean, they're completely done. If you don't pick up all the arrows they fire at you, you can still loot them off of the bokoblin after they're already taken down. This means you don't really have to worry about squeezing everything you can out of enemies. There will often be small things like this scattered throughout the overworld that you can pick up and choose to interact with. It's really useful. Also, with all this in mind, bokoblins and other enemies don't use up weapon durability on things they have. That only starts once Link gets it into his hands because he's apparently striking with enough force to completely shatter these things. Either that or for all of his blessings, he's cursed in a way that, things just happen to rot whenever he gets his hands on them. Call it bad luck. Oh hey, neat floating little island, I wonder what that is. Anyways, for now, we're going to go ahead and actually make some progress. Or that's what I would say if I didn't want to bring up why I think swimming shouldn't be a thing at the beginning of this game. It's because they have little ponds and puddles like this bog coming up. These, whenever you step too far into them, immediately result in Link effectively dying. It just forces you to reload back to the lowest area you were in before you interact with it. Water does this too, but only after you run out of stamina. I feel like making it so water was effectively a super heavy stamina drain while you're in it to discourage swimming at the start because, he's got amnesia. It could be muscle memory, it could be something he has to actively think about, but I feel like it would have been a good thing to make players see how they navigate, because if you hop in, that happens. You pop back up, barely alive. This is only because I had low health to begin with, but I've got enough things to put myself back on my feet. Anyways, moving on from that. See, up until this point, we've done a lot of singular combat, maybe like 2 enemies at a time or distantly, but when it comes to fighting individual groups of enemies, things are a little different. Enemies that block your attacks will use up your durability, meaning it's probably best to draw an attack from them and then counter before you simply attack their shield. There are a lot of ways you can choose to do stuff like this. it's always a good idea to take out the guy with the bow first because he can attack you without being on screen. You will actively get off screen by these guys and they can deal quite a bit of damage unexpectedly. Because I have lower shield durability, or rather power, than he has attack power, his attack continues to go through. It doesn't matter what I do with it, because I'm not really parrying. If I were to parry this attack, on the other hand, it'd just kind of fly over with no issue. That's not important right now, because we're just gonna straight up off this guy to demonstrate something else. But whenever you clear out certain camps of enemies, you're rewarded for it. In an older Zelda game, this would have been the equivalent of a chest spinning in from nothing and then appearing. We've got these guys instead. Nothing wrong with that. I like their quirky little faces, but it's kind of sad that the only places they really appear are really in camps like this. Usually they end up rewarding you with gemstones and things like that. In cases like this, take these as the equivalents of checks. They serve no purpose to you right now, but they're effectively checks for things upwards of like 60, 80, 200, and 150 rupees most of the time. They're useful to have on you, but they don't really serve a purpose until you get around to either selling them or, later in the game, doing some gem crafting. Now, earlier I was talking about how curiosity can be something that leads you to nice things. In space like this, it just seems like a nice open spot in the field. There are some mushrooms around here that, you know, you might, if you were a little loot goblin, just try to start picking up. It's a wide open empty space, and the birds scatter because of Link. Or it could have been because of this. This is the first time a game will, well, the first time the game will show you anything like a boss. And in a case like this, there's not really a lot you can do. He's throwing around boulders. I don't know about you, but I don't think we can withstand a hit from that, so it's probably best to not engage, right? But in classic Zelda fashion, he's got a weak spot too. It's just a little hard to actually get into a spot that you feel confident with hitting that weak spot at this point in the game. At least in most cases. You can take shelter behind things like trees so that he can't hit you. Incredibly useful to have some kind of cover mechanic. If this was XCOM, I'd be dead though. So, with that, you can Z-target his weak spot, and wait for him to do something like this. That will allow you to mount him. Once you've mounted him, you can begin relentlessly attacking. However, because you can see how little damage that your attacks are doing, you might realize something. If you continue this fight, it's very likely that you might run out of things to actually fight him with in the middle of it. You have to choose your battles carefully, because unlike other enemies, he's not carrying a weapon on him. You won't exactly have any idea what you have to gain from this until you've actually defeated the boss. You can continue attacking him for as long as you want, and small pieces of gemstones and flint will start breaking off, but it really doesn't tell you exactly what you might get, which might push players to want to take this guy out. But all in all, it's genuinely not worth it at this point. You're going to burn through resources that you don't have because, while if you use everything you have and have a moderately high-powered inventory, you can definitely do it extremely easily. But for now, it's just best not to worry about it. You can tackle that some other time. But also, isn't it cool that you can climb that guy? Stone taluses are basically Octorocks. Highly dangerous Octorocks that can fling boulders in your direction. They're pretty persistent and will continue to try to attack you from quite some distance if they have clear line of sight. And even if they don't have clear line of sight, they'll try to approach if they can. They're again really persistent. Whew. This is the longest 6 AM of my life. Anyways, with that, we come across, after the music stops, another Bokoblin camp. Bokoblins with horns, usually the archers, will notify to every other Bokoblin in the area that someone is here and they need to get ready to fight. This is not a good thing, and why it's usually a good idea to take out the archers before anything else. If you can take them out, you can stop them from notifying anyone, which makes the fight a lot easier to go through because then you can at least choose how you approach and when you approach them. Once you get up to them, they're overall just really defenseless. They won't try to punch you or anything like that, or fight back in any significant way. If Bokoblins don't have a way to reach you, They won't climb ladders, but they will throw things at you. The same cannot be said for if they have an archery weapon. They just actively won't try to attack you or get away from you if there's nowhere else for them to go. Nice shot, huh? Anyways, something I really wish this game had were enemies that carried multiple weapon types. Enemies will carry usually a sword and shield, a bow, a heavy weapon, or a polearm. Never any larger combination than the two. And that's kind of disappointing because that really doesn't open up any chances for higher level enemies to make use of that. But also, do you remember what I said about arrows dealing extra damage? That applies for the enemy too. That normally would not have killed me. However, because the arrow was lit on fire, it did an additional 10 damage that I could not stand up to. Enemies won't often make use of things like this, but it can happen on accident. When it happens on accident, you should be extra careful. Anyways, a good go-to is, again, taking out the archers. Because bokoblins won't actually climb ladders or try to hop up to you or anything like that, they'll just throw stones, you can freely, especially at this point in the game, practice your archery. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. They won't try to get away and hide behind cover. They'll point at you and kind of stand there awkwardly. It's again shooting fish in a barrel, and allows you to clean up bokoblin camps extremely easily, because they don't have any attempt or way to get up to you. It's not the best thing they could have done, but it's the option they have. So, we ignite our arrow, and we fire at this bokoblin, which will ignite him. Just like how his arrow flew by me and ignited itself, I'm now wanting to be cautious about, potentially running into that same kind of threat from last time. And he's down. Pretty simple. A lot of the camps in these areas will reward you for clearing them out. That kind of stops once you get to the larger portion of the game. And, like the last one, what we really get for our effort is a gemstone. Useless now, semi-useful later. Anyways, remembering the example I gave you about the barrels from earlier, let's not use a club for those. Instead, let's make use of our axe. Something that definitely chops through wood and is a heavy weapon. That allows us to instantly crush these things and get to the goodies within. Arrows and apples are usually, and other foods are usually in these. If we were attacking them normally, it's way more likely that your clubs would end up breaking before you ever got to what was actually in them. So, just be smart about your item usage and everything will go a lot further. It's good to fill up on items, and it's also good to replace your items. Your inventory should at least be full of every kind of weapon type that you can carry. You should have a full inventory of shields, swords, and bows. There's no real benefit to not carrying around enough that you are maxed out on them. Aside from when you open up a chest. Anyways, all things considered, the next thing the game wants to show us is dry grass. This doesn't appear super often. And that's kind of a bummer because, at least for this area, it is used in a pretty nice way. But it's also disappointing because you don't really get to see many more unique environments, except for in one-off spots like this. As you can see, the wind is blowing. You have sticks that you can use here. Sticks are good for what? Attacking and lighting things on fire. They're wooden objects. So, if we catch the stick on fire and avoid catching ourselves on fire, we can catch this grass on fire. Now, this won't do much for now, but with a little bit of time-lapse action, things very quickly escalate to a point where you'll probably start seeing wind. That serves no purpose now, but when it comes to enemies, waves of fire like this, because fire deals massive damage over time to enemies who are standing in it for a bit too long, it can just completely clear them out without giving them anything to do about it. Also, be careful with environments, because if you're lighting fires near, say, explosive objects, some bad things can happen to you. Anyways, like I brought up earlier, the Bokoblin's weapon is on fire, which means it'll deal more damage. That dude up there is completely unharmed, and the guy who was standing in the fire died. That is without using any weapon durability. If you play things smartly, you can get through things without really having to worry about resources. Because we cleared them out and they aren't really catching up to us, we can just run in here and loop for some fire arrows, which allow us to use fire with our arrows whenever we want, rather than having to rely on any consistent source for them. I'm really not sure how that guy got off of there, but props to him for trying. Anyways, with that all done and wrapped up, you might have seen this tower at some point if you were looking around the area. It doesn't really serve a purpose. If you walk over here, it leads you to a box, which might pique your interest if you see that path leading upwards, at which point you can just proceed upwards. Smashing the box will probably end up giving you items after all, so nothing wrong with doing that. In shrines, Link can't climb the shrine walls. They're too smooth. I feel like objects like that should also be in the case of things he can't climb from the get-go. Again, you can probably get up there if you take things slow, but there's no real benefit to getting up there since it's going to be a lot harder for you to get down than it was for you to get up. All things considered, really not worth it. Proceeding a little bit forward, you've got two glorious boulders right here. There were enemies down there that previously we could have tossed these down on and it would have killed them instantly. There's usually more than one way to solve your issues in this game. Most might end in combat, but you can also make that combat a lot easier because environmental things deal an insane amount of damage to enemies. Anyways, going on another climbing tangent, the Great Plateau has great world design. Stuff like this would definitely be the area where you actually have to climb up. It's highlighted in green across the rest of the Greystone. It stands out. So, again, stuff like this is why I think limiting climbing would have been a better factor than just allowing it to be something you do constantly. There are already vines in the game, so I feel like it'd be pretty easy to make those as a sort of thing that you would naturally climb. Also, this will be our first Korok puzzle. Mine personally, not like yours in the game. You could have hopped in that pond earlier. But here you find out that there are Koroks, and there's someone named Hestu, and that other people can't really see the Koroks. And you're given an item to give to Hestu. I wonder when this will be relevant. They tell you that their friends are in lots of places to inspire you to solve puzzles like this when you see them in the overworld. It's pretty nice stuff. It doesn't mean much right now because you have no idea who that is, but as you start accumulating these things, you'll eventually find out because it's not really too far off, and you only really need one to immediately figure out what the benefit of collecting them in the first place is. Anyways, around the point you try to enter to finally take care of what the plot has been asking you to do for, let me tell you, more than this video's runtime, because I've cut a significant amount of this out, you finally get your first untarnished sword. It still won't last very long, but it'll last a bit longer than the rusted one you might have already had. And with that, we move on. This segment was pretty long to show off the fact that the day doesn't pass. It's because this next cutscene is pre-rendered. They need it to be daytime during this because otherwise, if it's nighttime, you're not really going to see, like, many birds and squirrels just out doing their thing. I personally would have preferred if, call me a bit weird for this, all the Sheikah towers hadn't erupted at once. I'll elaborate on that during this cutscene. I personally think that if the Sheikah towers were dormant during this part of the game, all of them until you fully interact with them in the same way, it would be better for the flow. You could run through an area, and while you might not have access to the fast travel points, it would give you a reason to actively seek out the towers beyond just map completion. You'd probably pass by shrines, but as you'll soon be figuring out, you can mark them on the map. By marking them on the map, you can keep track of where they were. And if the towers were, I don't know, not really hidden very well, but still in, like, pretty peculiar spots, you'd probably naturally gravitate towards them in the first place. This cutscene does a pretty good job of showing off the world around you and different environments you'll eventually get around to, too, but it could have also allowed for certain areas to be further explored. But there were also some areas that just straight up wouldn't have worked in because they'd either be underground or in bottomless pits. So, with this done, you'll get your map. This isn't really skippable any of the times you see it. Well, because, honestly, I feel like they wanted you to have to sit through this. It's not something that happens super often, but The times where it does happen, it'll definitely stand out. All things considered, after this, you'll get another cutscene. And time will also begin to progress. Anyways, Zelda has a direct link to Link's brain.
You have been
She
asleep.
doesn't really speak to you very often during the game, outside of this,
The beast.
when you wake up, the Blood
Once
Moon,
it regains its true
and
power,
I
its
believe
world will face its end.
once you draw the Master Sword. Though that might just be memory. Anyways, this entire segment is basically what you would have gotten in other Zelda games at the beginning of them to kind of tell you what's going on. Zelda does her best to suppress Ganon's presence, and things kind of
You
take
must
off.
hurry,
She
Link.
tells you have to hurry, but there's also no real time incentive. I mean, Blood Moon's pass and enemies' levels go up. There's entire videos detailing that fun stuff, and it's not very hard to understand either. But even if you run to the castle now, there are still going to be enemies outside of your league that you can't really handle, in the forms of the Guardians, and maybe some silver enemies too. And now you're left up here, and guess what? Still no time. Time is not passing yet. You're just kind of up here until you decide to proceed downwards. Which, if you haven't, suffered from a falling death yet, might be the moment. It was for me. Not during this, but during my original playthrough of the game. Which I still remember a lot of, because me and a friend got the game on the same day. We started at the same time and kind of went through it at the same time too. We just had extremely diverging paths. Also, this. And notice how I was in the tower shadow. I'm breaking this flow now to comment on something. The game is fine with forcefully teleporting you to spots as long as you were inside a certain radius, as well as locking the time of day. These are both things the game could have used a lot better throughout the game to probably illustrate or highlight certain aspects of it. And now we're going to continue until later when I fully elaborate on this. Anyways, the old man pretty much paraglides in from nowhere and shows you that he's a little bit more than he might seem. He details about how this tower and other have erupted about throughout the land. I just butchered that. But he starts alluding to certain things that were already weird enough. And starts asking questions. You can opt out of this at any point, but this does a good job of showing that this Link has a bit more character and that things are being broken because he's talking more than he would in any other game. He still has implied lines in other Zelda games and yes or no responses to things, and in Skyward Sword, entire bangers, but for the most part, this is going to be the game where he's most vocal about stuff. You get a small lore dump here talking about what's been going on and things that have happened, but still no further elaboration as to who yourself is, or who you are, rather, or what's been going on in the world. The king knows Link and kind of brings up that there's no way down from this area, and that jumping down would pretty much end your life. All it does is force you to zone out. You load back in, having taken a heart's worth of damage, maybe. And he teases with a paraglider, of which you can offer two responses, being handed over and showing curiosity by asking about it. Either way, the plot will continue as normal. It doesn't matter from this point. It's an old dude in a Zelda game, so you already know he's talking about some important stuff. Especially if he's just going as old man rather than like any actual title. All things considered, they do a good job of pointing out some little plot and mystery during this section to intrigue the player and kind of guide them along. But in the same way, I kind of count this area as a dungeon because it operates on the same basis that other dungeons do in this game. Anyways, you guys take the time to proceed up the hill. Probably not at this exact pace, but you see that there is a shrine glowing. If you passed by that earlier, you probably saw that it wasn't glowing. This is a shrine. Shrines serve as little puzzles that will test your own abilities, as well as give you a small amount of puzzles, or just combat tasks, before granting you what is essentially a heart container in this game. Or rather, a piece of heart. Anyways, he kind of shows you off to go handle that. So we're going to go take care of that now. Also, what did Link say when he got hit? Oh man, ow. Haha, funny little joke. Anyways, unlike the wooden crates, you can't really push these metal ones. But this is also probably the first metal crate you're seeing. You saw one of these inside the Chamber of Resurrection, or whatever it was just called. You activate it in the same way. Link does this naturally. He's not, like, really that thrown off by it. It's a simple process for him at this point. Try to get registered to the map, just like it wasn't there. And this door opens. Then the game hands control back over to you. When you walk on these for the first time, you get to see a neat little animation. Link will be surprised at the fact that it lit up, and a little unsteady when it starts going down. He retains that unsteadiness, but not to the same degree. A minor and major complaint I have about this game is, for all the small little neat stuff like this it does, it really doesn't use it super often. Like Link being on guard coming down here for the first time, and a little shaken up whenever it lands, but still walking off the platform. Looking around for the source of the voice before continuing onward. So, weirdly enough in this game, before you have any formal combat training, it decides to give you what is basically an item. In previous Zelda games, this would be effectively the closest thing you would get to the magnet gloves. There's nothing for you to interact with in this room besides this thing, and it expects you to get around to doing that. Now, something from before the game had fully released that I saw a lot of was people assuming that the open spaces on other screens were all item slots. So when the game came out and you only had like 4 actual Zelda standard items, they were really kind of upset and mixed about that. I think that's fair, all things considered. But at the same time, if they had been paying attention to the inventory screens, I don't think something like that would have happened. Anyways, using your analog stick, you can move these around. Using motion controls, you can launch them in the air to a crazy amount of degree. It's just generally better to use these with motion controls because they let you actually do damage with them, and instantly move things out of your way with a flick of your wrist. We clear this little, I don't know, Clock Town water system and Ocarina of Time Forest Temple waterway area, and we proceed onward. If we look behind us, there's nothing really on that side. There's another metal crate, though. If we take this metal crate and we lift it upwards, we can find out that gravity is not kind. Let's not do that. See, unlike in most other Zelda games, you are as dangerous to yourself with your abilities as you are to enemies. Bombs might have only done like half a heart of damage to Link in the past, but they will absolutely blow you up just like anything else here. With this, we can attempt to climb over it, thinking that we can move past these stones. We really can't. What we have to do is either move the existing stone block there, or move out of the way with ours. If we've been using the stone block as a weapon to begin with, we can do that again here. With the Guardian Scout, it kind of scampers around and moves really fast, like a spider. They don't do a lot of damage, dealing only a quarter heart of damage, but you also kind of have free reign to kind of swing this cube into it. Neat. So, at this point, the game presents you with a bit of a problem for you to solve with this new tool that you just gotten. It's shown you how to move stuff, it's shown you more specific application for moving things, and now it just wants you to get across the other side of the room. This is something I would consider super simple. You stepped over here and you walked across the metal platform. You don't need that metal platform to go back, so you could just grab it and use it like that. Some people might say the game gives you too much freedom to create your own solutions, and I don't really share that sentiment because of the fact that even if the game does allow you to create your own solutions, it is using tools it has already provided to you in the local area. A solution like this is not something I believe would be a naturally occurring process for somebody to deal with. Holy shit, I landed that. A naturally occurring process for you to actually deal with. This is something that would be taking what they say about it to the logical extreme. No one is going to look at those pieces of metal and think to themselves, I need these to progress. They're more than likely going to experiment with what they already have because, well, it's there. The game asks you very clearly to just make it across to the other side of the room. You don't have to bring all these tools as necessary. Well, it's unnecessary. It's like if you had a class and the teacher told you all you really needed for it was your notebook and pencils because you're going to be doing simple addition. If for some reason you decided to bring 800 other things, like a math book, a calculator, various things, just not needed for it, you would have them, sure, but you wouldn't really have a reason to use them. Here, you can use those other platforms freely because it's not all in separate rooms. It's open air, so you can use things to your advantage. But in cases like this, there's no real reason to do that. Like, there's a chest up there. The chest is metal. A normal person would probably just use the magnetizing power they got to attract the chest to themselves and handle things that way. A freak of nature, on the other hand, would probably try to, for some reason, build a catapult to launch themselves up to it, instead of, again, just being normal and interacting with it in a natural feeling way. For some reason, the types of people who would do something overly convoluted like this are also the ones who would say that the ability to do this at all is an issue. Whenever in reality, while you can do it, it's, again, not going to be a natural result. Not to mention you can't really catapult yourself because this is water. It'll stop the momentum flow of everything. So at this point, it's just kind of a waste of time to keep fooling around here. Come on, Link, you can do it. So, we should proceed onward. Again, a normal person isn't going to spend time doing stuff like this, because for all the freedom the game does give you, it only supplies you with things that you should be using for these tests. All the stuff this little area has given you is basically the same as if you showed up to a class and your was provided with tools. For any of you that had to deal with map testing and stuff like that, it's like how they provide to you No.2 pencils and things like that. It's a test that you go to, but it's one that they provide the tools for you to use in. Again, this is all super simple stuff, but I feel like it's important to talk about this type of thing because, again, the shrines do offer freedom in problem solving. They do not offer you the ability to scribble knots your way through these things, like Tears of the Kingdom does. And even in Tears of the Kingdom's case, it isn't really a bad thing, but we're not to that part yet. That's still multiple videos off, and we'll eventually get around to doing that. But for now, let's focus on these imaginary solutions to problems that don't actually exist. For instance, trying to catapult yourself over this door would probably still end with you either hitting the door itself or breaking your legs on the ground. But also, you should be able to see that the door is metal. So, why would you be doing this? It's not something that makes a lot of sense to me. If you want to go super fast with it, you can probably just, like, slam it down, but even then, it's way more likely to tilt than it is to launch you into the sky, so you should just do the human thing and proceed on with it in the intended way. Same for pulling this chest over yourself. It's super simple. Another traveler's boat, and we're on our way. You don't have to do a bunch of convoluted stuff to solve any puzzle in this game. That is up to the player to give a reach around themselves. Now that the rant's over, let's talk about this. The first time Link does this, he's cautious about it. He's spooked by that, including by the fact that Shatter's open. Super cute stuff, and it doesn't do it again after this. There's a lot of first-time interactions for everything in this game, and it's really neat. So whenever he sends out the Spirit Orb to Link, Link looking kind of odd about what just happened is, again, a super cute little thing. He very quickly comes to understand that's just how these things work, and doesn't seem to ask any more questions about it. You also get healed by these, so if you ever want to do a fun little challenge run, and maybe only heal at shrines and for shrine completion. That's 120 heals you have. I don't think it'd be very fun, all things considered, but it's definitely something you could do. So now on the side of story complaints, when you get outside of here, it is noticeably darker. As the old man comes down and, talks to Link as normal. As far as pacing goes, I feel like it would have been better to introduce more mechanics to the player at this point, and also lean more towards story stuff. At the same time, the player should have also been given the option to not do that and instead kind of bull rush their way through. I think giving the player a possible split between if they want more story stuff or more gameplay stuff would have been completely and totally fine. We don't really get that in the end. They kind of give that to us, but at the same time, it all just kind of ends up being within the same kind of tunnel. Which is fine, you kind of get the same experience, but whenever people's main complaint with this game tends to be the story and lack of it, something like this would have definitely helped with that. At the same time, this game is also incredibly easy to start up another playthrough of, to fight the dungeon bosses and experience the other dungeons again. So, giving the player a possible reason to replay it would have been good, especially with the fact that Master Mode was released at a later point, allowing players to cut out the fluff of the game that they don't enjoy and focus on things they like would have been really nice. I think at this point, having the old man explain that to Link that at night more monsters come out because, for all intents and purposes, this will probably be the first time the player is seeing nighttime. That I feel like I already said this, but monsters come out at night would have been good to illustrate why Link should get inside and also explain the rest mechanic to him. Just having them walk back and have this little chat during a small cutscene if Link chooses to would have been good, with them offering to help him check out the other ones in the morning after he's gotten some rest and actually had a meal to eat. It would have given him more time for like character growth and attachment to the old man that if you just kind of run through it like most people will, you won't really get. He's a peculiar character, and we're going to go ahead and obey what he says about going to the top of the tower. You can run up there yourself, or you can just do this and warp up there. If you choose to warp up there, then you get a fun little segment where Link will ask how the fuck the old man got up there. Which isn't his exact words, but it's still really funny to see because these dialogue options are kind of funny. But also, he tells you how to use the scope. It would have been really easy for them to have, the old man go, okay, you see my house over there? Come meet me there, and then just paraglide off, leaving Link to have to run down to eventually catch up with him. Or, they could have just walked across there in the first place. I feel like they mostly didn't do this because, well, it would have just turned into the average Zelda road-roading experience, and there was something they were trying to break away from the first place. But again, I feel like they definitely should have given more freedom with stuff like this. You can see all the shrines from here, and it's super easy to just mark them. You look around for a second, you hit the A button, and bada bing bada boom, they're highlighted. From where you're standing, you can't really see the last one because you need to move around and take different perspectives. That and the old man standing in the way. But bada bing bada boom, that's another one you mark. So, upon marking them, or at least an approximation of where they are, I feel that the dialogue here should have changed. I really only have these thoughts because, well, the game's been out for a while. It's way easier to formulate thoughts and how something could be better and different once the product is actually there. These are not things they would have known during development, unless that is something they were probably talking about and going, maybe, but like if we did that, X or Y could happen. But for all intents and purposes, for what they knew while working on this product, I think they did an incredibly good job. With all that in mind, though, again, once it's 9 p.m. in the game, that's whenever stall enemies can start showing up. So, with stall enemies appearing, it'll be your first time running into them. They don't play by the same rules as normal enemies. You can kill them in 2 hits, but only if you attack the hit afterwards. If you headshot them, they die immediately. I also think now would have been a good time for, like, the old man and Link to have a walk over to the area, because not only could you potentially get a formal combat tutorial, or at least a section of him, like, telling you how to fight if you hadn't already figured out to a better degree, but also, again, having him tell you about certain things that are in the area would have been good for player anticipation. There's no reason you can't just run around and do all this stuff all night, but for what these stallable goblins bring to you at this point, there's no real point in really fighting them. You'll just use up weapon durability doing that. And with the fact that you'll eventually just be stuck with their arms and whatever melee weapons they're giving you, it's just going to kind of end up being a waste of resources overall. Having things like the Guardians and certain other things covered whenever, you know, they have that time to eat and catch up with stuff over the course of the night would have been good. But additionally, they could have made use of the Bokoblin camp a bit from the old man's house to show you stealth mechanics and stuff like that. Say he had meat he was intending to cook, and it was stolen by them while you guys were away and dealing with other stuff, which meant, you weren't going to be able to go to sleep with a full stomach. At that point, that could be something you just deal with, or Link could offer to go get it for him. So the old man pretty much tells Link that being creative is the key to cooking and stuff here. You can also read his diary, which will tell you about a meal you can cook to get a certain item from him. It's pretty simple. It's literally just any kind of animal meat and any kind of fish, which with fish being anyways, any kind of quadruped meat and fish, along with, a spicy pepper because it's got spicy in the name. Most of these things are in the area. Anyways, he writes very basically in there that he knows that somebody's going to be reading this because you are the only other person up here. So, obviously, he's kind of a jackass. With that in mind, though, if there was a tutorial for stealth in the game, I feel like this would be the funniest way to do it because of the fact that, just like Wind Waker Link, this is around the only time you can really use a barrel in this way. A goblin sees you, you stop moving. Bokoblin then proceeds to kind of fuck off for a bit because, well, it's just a barrel. I don't care that it's like getting suspiciously closer every now and then. With that in mind, having you use that to basically approach and then deal with them in their sleep would have been nice. If you fail the stealth section, well, it still continues on because on-the-fly problem solving is the entire thing here. The game says some major damage, but sneak strikes deal 8 times the amount of damage. Meaning, again, from the previous video, if you weren't paying attention to that things that wouldn't have normally killed an enemy can absolutely obliterate them. Like this, for example. This is a pitchfork. It deals 7 damage. With a sneak strike, it deals 56 damage. That might not be much, but at this point in the game, there is nothing that is standing up to that, especially from a single strike. Using your items properly allows you to extend their lifetime massively. Also, things like throwing spears should have been, like, allowed to just be thrown without actually breaking on enemies. It would have given them more usage, especially considering enemies don't throw things. The Zalfos do, but most other enemies will not actually throw things at you, which is kind of a waste. Anyways, you can smoke out the bees, burn some grass, all that fun stuff. Approaching bees with a torch is enough to get them to buzz off. And that's basically that. You can sit here and try and mess around. You can't just jump to grab it. Link doesn't get enough height, you have to climb to do it. And hopping off isn't going to be enough. So, you do that, you get some bee honey, and you get some bomb arrows, which are incredibly dangerous considering they add an additional 50 damage to whatever arrow you're already using with it. Which means they will obliterate most things up here with no issues, especially if it's a direct hit. All this said, having the old man guide you to that Magnesis Shrine before the next day in the morning, taking you over to the Bomb Shrine would have been a good way to go about things. Because at that point, you now know what Guardians are, you have a bit more info on them and how they operate. You don't have to figure out something that dangerous as just a player. But also, it's incredibly funny that, well, the old man does just go to sleep. And because he's asleep, Link can pull a 9-year-old kid and go, I threw up. Which is absurdly funny to me. Because I like to think of this as Link already being peeved about the fact that he got the runaround with the paraglider. So then going, hey man, what are you doing? Whenever he can very clearly see the dude is sleeping. So, resting until morning and then proceeding on with the Bomb Shrine would have been a really nice way to go about things. It gives you 2 definite areas to focus on because they are the 2 definite areas you can actually reach. Additionally, having the old man teach you about destructible environmental objects like trees in an actual tutorial that would be useful would be nice. It doesn't come up super often, but it can be used for quite a bit of problem solving around the Great Plateau. Because falling off forces a void out, you have to use trees to get to the other side if you're, not climbing all the way around. He suggests that you should help him with it, and you should have an axe at this point. So it's pretty simple to just go about this and, smack the tree. He kind of gives you some info on how to do it. And hey, shows you that you can get items from cutting down trees. Wonder what that does. Well, I know exactly what that does, and I'm definitely picking that up, because it's incredibly useful. Anyways, you get some wood for him, and if you go to take it to him, he'll compliment you on it. It's nice stuff. But also with that, you should see that there is a bottomless pit here, or what would be a bottomless pit in other games. So, if you cut the tree wrong, obviously it falls in the wrong direction. Straight into the abyss. And if you cut it in the right direction, you'll see that it will do its best to forcibly line up, even though it should have reasonably fallen off. Link even has a unique walking animation for crossing these things. He looks down and does that. It is not something that pops up very often at all in this game, even if you are walking along beams. He only does that in super specific situations, which I feel is kind of a waste. Like this, for example. Right now, you've already seen probably 2 to 3 piles of these rocks. You can't interact with them because you have nothing to break them. If you saw this and then you had to go deal with the bombs, you would know then, if you didn't already know, what you could do with explosives. Characters will bring up bombs in this game. The only real bombs you see are bomb arrows and your Sheik attack bombs. But again, something like that would have just made the game flow a lot easier. Or at least give you more segments where you can form relations with the characters and actively experiment involving them. Like I said, the logs will do their best to absolutely lock into place so that Link can walk across them. Also, if you're Z targeting or ZL, you can't actually fall off. It's nice. But Minecraft did it first. So, like the old man says, sleeping in an actual bed will heal you. Sitting at a fire will not heal you. There's, well, not really much to go over than this. Camping out versus getting a good night's rest in a bed. Most of the places will give you the option of something like a soft bed, which will give you an extra temporary heart, which isn't much, all things considered, but it's definitely something that can help out, especially early game. But all in all, it usually just kind of ends up being a scam for like an extra 20 rupees. Fun little tidbit, if you sleep until morning, Link has a little yawning animation. Otherwise, he just either pops up next to the bed or hops off it like that one. Now, in the standalone game, you can pretty much cook anything. It doesn't matter if you know a recipe for it or not. You are just given free reign to throw whatever in a pot and you can get whatever. I don't really feel like that was the best choice to make, all things considered. And it's why I very much wish the game had a new game plus mode. Because at least then everything the player knew could come in handy. A less amnesiac Link, if you will. But on the beginning of a first new run, I think the player should definitely have to work up to different things. I think low-level culinary things like a meat skewer should definitely be possible, but without actually hearing it from NPCs and having it added to like a sort of recipe book, I don't really think you should just be able to do everything that he does right off the bat. It's less relevant food and far more relevant when it comes to things like elixirs, because for all intents and purposes, Link is not an alchemist, apothecary, or anything that really has to do with any of those. He's just got like a wide range of skills without like any real reason to actively have all of them, especially from the get-go. Something I think would have been neat to capitalize on is the fact that Link never had any time for those things in his previous life. So being able to explore Hyrule now and actually gain an appreciation for them, with or without his memories, would have been pretty cool. Additionally, despite the huge focus on like the natural world, there's a surprising lack of things that allow you to interact with it in a more relaxing way. If normal fishing rods are in the game, or at least like being able to construct something similar to them, it would have added a little bit more variance to the game. It's a small thing, but there are lots of fish. There are also things you can use as bait. So allowing the player to actually fish instead of just throwing something in the water and then shooting the fish somehow, well, could have given it a new realm for playstyle. Less playstyle and more objectives the player can actively do that don't have to do with, saving Hyrule. It's not much, but a lot of people already get distracted with other things in the game. Some people were all about completing the Hyrule Compendium, and that's completely fine. I think it's neat to have like a little dex entry type thing for a game. But the downside of this is they never really let you go all in on a reason to actively do this. Giving those things more of a, I don't know, having the Hyrule Compendium just be something that, sure, might have been restored with it, but you still have to actively obtain the creatures in question would have been nice. Each little, let's see here, each tower in Hyrule Workings, a sort of data bank for the Sheikah Slate would have also been really cool. Sure, you got the information for the creatures and things you can find in this area, more than likely, at least of the natural variety. But when it comes, oh motherfucker, I forgot the meat. Anyways, when it comes to the amount of ways you can naturally interact with the world around you, yes, you can run around hunting animals with a bow. but because of the fact that you don't encounter many different types of like actual land animals, you'll see deer, you'll see bucks, you'll see wolves, and very rarely will you encounter things like bears and the like woolly rhinos they have. I really love those things. But boars are also super common. But again, there just aren't many actual things you can run into out there, which is kind of disappointing. But I also understand that they're lower priority than most of the other things in this game. I think it's at least at this time, a weird Nintendo L that, despite the Joy-Cons having, like, insane motion controls and them already putting, like, Magnesis in the game, they didn't just make Magnesis for fish, which is effectively just fishing. Like, it would have been really simple to just allow the player to, again, get something like a stick and kind of thrift it into a fishing rod of sorts. There are plenty of areas where you could fish in this game and plenty of things you can interact with that would allow you to do so. On the same topic, I want to get started talking about enemies in this next section because, well, I think the enemies the game has are great. They're incredibly varied and have far more that they can do than other enemies in the series. However, I really don't think they should have gotten rid of standalone enemies, because they would have really helped out with this game and made it feel more full than it was. And the thing is, they don't all have to be hyper complex like the Bokoblins, Moblins, and Lizalfos. And I don't. Hold on. I have to make this real quick so we can get the Swarm Doublet out of the way. And then we will move on. We take this, we cook it for the old man, and with a little bit of spice, it is done. Once you've made this, if you go ahead and talk to him afterwards, you'll get a little bit of new dialogue for it, because, well, look at that. It's the thing he was talking about in his journal. Obviously, he knows that you read it. He wants to push and prod Link's natural curiosity as well as the players. And you're gifted with a way to get up the mountain without having to rely on spicy stuff this way. Because, believe you me, it is entirely possible to not get that. And a friend I have didn't get it on their first playthrough. They just dealt with the cold and were eating things continuously to stay alive. We had two very different experiences with that. But back on the topic of enemies. Dekubabas are not very complex. They are stationary threats. They could put things like fruit in the world that, if the player approached and wasn't paying careful attention to the change in details on them, would have resulted in them being surprise attacked by them. They don't have to do a lot of damage, they just have to add something to the world itself. Same for Wolfos. We have wolves in the game, but adding Wolfos as a sort of pet for the Bokoblins that had not much better eyesight, but an excellent sense of smell and hearing would have been incredibly interesting. Because then, if you start to approach from a while, or they hear you making a bit of noise further away, they could slowly begin to investigate. This doesn't have to do much to start, but because of the fact that they have a better sense of smell, they could come straight for Link. However, because Link has certain tools at his disposal, like meat, he could simply put that down to completely distract them before coming around them with a sneak strike. Also, Guardians in the game. Guardians are effectively BMOs. They are literally BMOs. A very hardcore version of BMOs that, when pissed off, will proceed to look at you with bombastic side-eye before proceeding to blow you to bits. On a normal day, they will deal 13 hearts worth of damage to you. This kills the Link. They are very capable of rehashing old enemies into things that work much better for this system. And it's a bit disappointing they didn't do more with that, because there are lots of environments where this could have worked, and they just didn't make use of it. You will see things like Lizalfos on walls. What is extremely disappointing is that you won't see Skulltulas. Things that will actively pursue you if you are climbing and make you think, oh shit, why did I come up here? There are plenty of areas where this could have worked. They don't have to be everywhere. Just enough areas where common traffic would be expected for the player to go, oh hey, I can run from this thing, but it can also chase me up walls. Maybe I should handle this thing differently. I went ahead and cut out my second death because I was trying to show something off. If climbing wasn't just a thing Link could do, it could make some interesting puzzles with the environment. Because, as per expected, I think he should be able to catch ledges, or at least areas a bit under the lip of where he's jumping, like in older titles. Something like this has a bummable wall in front of it. There are multiple ways you could solve this issue. Before in the past, if I still had the footage that I didn't delete with the rest of my original footage for this, because it didn't have volume in it, or the volume tended to be overlapped because I hadn't quite worked on my sound settings, this would be a lot easier to showcase. But you can use this Guardian to destroy the rock face in front of this to enter. It's extremely dangerous, but it could also work to show the player that, hey, that's something you can do. You can use enemies and what they have as a way to interact with the environment in ways that you normally wouldn't be able to without the proper tools. However, you can also run up this, take a running long jump, and provided I actually caught that lip, like, if I had been holding forward the control stick, I definitely would have done, we would have proceeded upwards. With that, we're still in the Guardian's sight, and we have to keep moving. That pillar is positioned the perfect way to keep us out of line of sight, and then we could just hop over. They're surprisingly careful about how they design environments in this game, and I think that's a really good thing. But because it goes very well underused in this game, it gets overlooked by the sense that, again, you can just climb over stuff. I think it's a massive L that despite taking the amount of time that they did to make some genuinely good role design, they never really give you a reason to use it. You can, but that is entirely player choice, and although the game gives you a lot of that, I feel that, to start, a lot of that choice should be limited. You should feel the impact of... Wait a minute, we're not doing this. You should feel the impact of your growth throughout a game as you go through it. I think having the runes up here is fine, but if instead of, I don't know, let's see here, the abilities having a bombs, as you'll soon be seeing, have a cooldown on them. If bombs instead function kind of like the Master Cycle does, I feel like it would have been better. Like, yes, they recharge over time, but there are only so many of them you can use in a short period of time. It works a lot better like this for obvious reasons, because this is what we actually got, and having them function on a sort of a semi-limited amount would have been kind of whack, but also making it so the player had to be more careful and couldn't just bomb spam everything without having a way to recharge, say the slate is solar powered, it could have also been nice. I think the slate's ability should have functioned as a limited resource alternative for if the player did not have current access to certain things. If bombs were already in the game, and the player could run out of bombs, having an app that allows you to instantly construct a bomb from Heartlight would have been incredibly cool. But it also would have made the player be careful with their usage of them before they acquired them. And I think that would have been really good. By having things like this available in certain areas, say, for example, bombs were something you got around Death Mountain. Not only would that make the player go, oh hey, that's a little nostalgic, it could also make the player, you know, because bombs are going to explode in high heat areas, make the player look for things like bomb flowers while you're in Death Mountain because they have a natural resistance to that heat. Your standard Twilight Princess kind of paper-wrapped bombs are no longer going to work in that area because, lo and behold, they're going to just detonate. So having something like Sheikah Slay bombs, which are immune to the effects of heat, would have been really nice. This wouldn't have really solved anything for Magnesis, all things considered, but also having Magnesis on a sort of like, hey, it can only kind of manipulate metal things at the start because magnetism would have also been fine. But later, if you hit to the Gerudo region, being able to get something that enables you to charge objects with electromagnetic force would have been cool. I really feel like I just used the wrong term for that, but being able to effectively add a sense of magnetism to things so that things got pulled towards them would have really been cool. Like, sure, make it so it works as an inverse magnet bomb. You put it somewhere, after a little while, it'll implode, pulling things towards it. While this wouldn't do many wonders because, you already have bombs and Magnesis can go through bars, it can be used in areas where Link ordinarily wouldn't have access to because the door might have closed behind him by the time he did this. So allowing you to use this to pull things over to you or repel things would have been cool. Making it a sort of shield that allows you to repel objects from getting near you, or giving you an additional usage of things like that, would also be cool. The Sheikah Slate is highly underutilized, because despite Sheikah Tech showing up a lot of cool stuff it can do, they never really go too far in depth with that, which is really crazy to me because the Blight Ganons definitely make use of Sheikah technology. So having having the Blight Ganons show off ways that this could be used, and then if Link got a photo of them during the fight using the compendium, having parts of their data reconstructed so that, oh hey, check this out, you can sit there and get upgraded versions of abilities you might have already had, would have been really cool. Cryonis throughout the game is basically useless if there's not water around you. And making a sort of Cryonis Plus you got from interacting with Water Blight that allowed you to create mines in the air from rainwater would have been incredibly cool. Right now, rain is exclusively a hindrance. It doesn't do anything to actually benefit you in gameplay. Having it so if it was raining, you could crystallize the water in the air, because guess what? It was also raining whenever you fought Varuta would have been really cool. So being able to create that and then send it towards an enemy to create a moving kind of mine would have been really neat. Additionally, being able to get around to a point where, well, something I want to talk about later is a actual dungeon within dungeons. A sort of completion goal for that could have been, oh hey, you also get the Cryonis bombs, the ones that he sent after you that trail through the water. Link doesn't have a way to defend himself in water, so being able to use Cryonis in the water to not freeze himself, but also create a sort of quick-moving vehicle or explosive device that could get enemies in the water off its back would have also been incredibly useful. I think if Purah was able to make Stasis Plus completely freeze living beings in time, which works for a surprising amount of things, she should have also been able to make a sort of barrier function that worked as a kind of an instant parry if you timed it right, but took a larger amount of proverbial Sheikah Slate battery. A lot of Link's abilities work on timers in this game, especially the ones you get from the other champions, and that's fine. They're extremely powerful. But I think having more one-off abilities like that allowed you to do things that might still be considered hard, but with a more limited resource or available at any point in the game, would have also been incredibly useful. Like, imagine this for example. If Link needed to get down from the Great Plateau, and you could stasis yourself to begin with, that'd be neat, because stasis objects lose a lot of their momentum. So by jumping off something and stasising yourself, I think it would have been a neat way to break the fall. Right now, if you fall for something an incredibly high distance, even if you ran out of stamina, you've got the ability to sit there and use your paraglider one time after you've run out of stamina to make sure that you don't pancake into the ground. It's a nice little safety net feature, but I think the paraglider also takes away too much of the decision making whenever it comes to navigation. If I can simply glide from anywhere in the same way that I can climb anywhere, I have no reason to try out solutions like this or interact with specific things around the map. Normally, I just climb up the wall over there. That's how I usually go about this. I climb that wall, and I go up there, and I kind of terrorize some goblins on the way up. I really never take this route. If I have a Korok frond, which I could have gotten from cutting down one of those trees, I now figure out that I can use this wind to blow things like boats across the water. This makes me look for stuff like this in gameplay because I know that Link can't swim, and I know this water kills him especially fast. There are lots of things they do in gameplay to allow you to play the way you want. But again, there are too few limitations on what you can do for the player to have a kind of definitive experience. You can tackle the Divine Beast in any order you like. They do have a sort of intended first one for you, but the rest just kind of happen to be willy-nilly all over the place. On my original playthrough, I got Rivali's Gale first. That allowed me to bypass a lot of them, and it made it feel really useful. In fact, it was the most useful because it was the one pure navigational ability that I got in the game. Being able to, once every 10 minutes, effectively three, three times every 10 minutes, hyper boost myself into the air and just glide down, made navigation a total joke. I didn't have to worry about my stamina anymore because, well, I had something that let me completely bypass it. So things like this already exist in the game, which is why something like a shield rune or a rune that could allow you to make heart-like projections of weapons to use for a limited amount of time would have been really nice. I think durability is completely fine in this game. I've got no issues whatsoever with it. But I do understand where certain other players come at whenever it comes to durability. I think the properties of weapons should have very much mattered depending on the type of weapon it was. I think a rusted sword should definitely break. I think you should still maintain the handle, though. It should just completely ruin the weapon's range. Whenever a weapon breaks, it should do what Tears of the Kingdom did and effectively have what its attack value was. Continuing to use an already broken or damaged weapon should allow it to legitimately break, become completely unusable because, well, what was there is no longer salvageable. Items like wooden things like sticks should definitely be able to break. Sheikah objects should lose their power, but be able to be recharged by the slate itself, giving you a reason to want to hold on to them. Places like ancient furnaces could serve as a way to instantly recharge them, giving them a sort of use that otherwise doesn't exist for them. The slate is an invaluable tool, and it's something you use constantly throughout the game. I think giving it more uses than just being bombs, let's see here, the magnet gloves, the sand rod, and a time stop ability would have been incredibly useful to showcase the kind of things that they were making. Because, well, all in all, while the abilities do work in incredible ways, there are more ways they could have implemented things like this in the game. Mipha's Grace is effectively the old-school Zelda fairy on cooldown. The Rook's Protection is Nehru's Love. Urbosa's Fury is the Quake Medallion from A Link to the Past. And Rivali's Gale is pretty much Rock's cape in this game. This is all fine and dandy. We're not doing this. This is all fine and dandy, but again, that gives us a total of 8 actual items that we have, along with the sword and shield. There are things like the axe that function as their own items, and the torch that also function as items, but we've also got things like the boomerang that function as alternatives to existing ones, because there's never really a point at which, if you throw a boomerang at a switch, the boomerang will actually come back to you because, well, sometimes they might. Sometimes they might just treat that object as a full piece of the environment and clang off of it and not return to you, making using things like them just not too worth it in the long run. Anyways, if you played Spirit Tracks, you know how the sand drop works. It allows you to put down a pillar or multiple pillars of sand, depending on where you drag the stylus. I think it was a really cool item for that game. Getting another version of this one was something that immediately stood out to me, because it's an ice sand rod. In Twilight Princess, you get a lot of secret techniques, 7 of them to be exact. I don't have a particular fondness for them because I don't feel like they are well implemented in their game. I think secret techniques in this game would work extremely well, though. Because, well, again, Link's got choices in combat that he can make. Stamina is a resource, and I'm going to start going into that right now. When you spin attack, you have 3 levels of it that are dependent on the amount of stamina you use. When you flurry rush, I think you should, again, require yourself to be either on death's door, with Link flashing red, or at full HP, until you have all your memories back. Instead, if the player backflips, I think they should be able to at least reposition themselves extremely quickly so they don't have to worry about, getting hit. For a side hop, I think Link should be able to, considering the enemy is now at close range, do one stab that is a critical hit. And this still makes them useful, but these should be the base abilities that Link has at the beginning of the game. You dodge something, you should at least get some benefit from it, right? It's still something good you did, and it wants to. I think the game should want to reinforce those good habits on you by allowing you to at least do something with them baseline. If dodging at the beginning of the game, Flurry Rush is feeling kind of cool because, whoa, I'm basically doing the Triforce Slash from Smash Bros. Haha, this is so badass. But as the game goes on, it never gets any better or different. It just kind of stays in the static state of it being a 7 to 8 times damage multiplier that uses up 7 to 8 hits of your weapon. I don't really want to do that. I think I should be rewarded for actually dodging somebody's attack with extra damage that makes it so I don't have to use up the rest of my resources. It's just in a really sorry state right now. Something like the Hell Splitter is unlikely because, well, a Link isn't really shown to jump like that. But also, there are other weapon types. The heavy weapons charge attack is the Hurricane Spin attack. And when it comes to the spears, they have what is effectively several quick stabs before ending with a very strong one. This is fine. I think making it so if you're using a heavy weapon and you were using the Hurricane Spin attack, you could slow down time and throw your weapon somewhere with extra momentum force that dealt more than 2 times the amount of damage and also went through enemies or dragged them with you would have been really neat. It shows that Link is learning more things and ways to use his abilities. In addition to that, I think wooden spears being capable of pole vaulting Link would have been really cool, because not only is this shown off in Age of Calamity, I'll put a clip of that on real quick. Anyways, while a lot of the abilities that come up in Age of Calamity wouldn't exactly work for a game with the same pacing as this, I think there are still some good things they could have learned from that. Having a pole vaulting ability would give you a reason to keep a wooden spear around. Even if it got left behind when you leapt off of that, that would allow you to get instant air access anywhere in the world by sprinting and attacking with it. Additionally, they could have used this to port other items over through the use of special abilities and things like that. All the not the Rockscape, but holy crap, what am I forgetting? The Pegasus boots, for example. And they allow Link to charge in a certain direction, and if he slams into something, it takes damage. Having an equivalent here effectively be like a spear charge that Monster Hunter Land style allowed you to pretty much run down any enemy would have been incredibly cool. Because of something like that, you could also tie that in with the pole vault jump to get much higher into the air or across areas you wouldn't normally be able to without making use of something like the paraglider to begin with. Things like this would have made players definitely feel varied in their playthroughs, because if you went, I don't know, one way and another friend of yours went another way, and you saw them use something like that, you would go, how the fuck did you do that? And then they could pretty much tell you, yeah, if you clear a major test of strength or something like that, you're granted this ability. Then that could cue them in to go, okay, maybe I'll go look for that. Another benefit of this would be, in situations like I'll be talking about with memories in the future, I think it would have been neat for them to be little locked off areas that you couldn't leave the interaction zone with. Because the Great Plateau already shows off that they are willing to lock the time of day, as well as where the player can go, something like this, especially in a combat scenario, where Link would have access to his full amount of hearts and stamina, as well as abilities he didn't normally have use of, would make the player go, okay, so that's what my finished kit is going to look like. You can't use it very much then, but it's going to put in your head that once you've got all these things to freely use, that you are going to be a monster. And I think that'd be really good. Because at the moment, there's nothing an in-game Link on his own, not items, can do that a beginning of the game Link can't do. They might be able to do it for a little bit longer, like when it comes to, I don't know, bullet timing, but even bullet time should not be something Link just has access to. It's really kind of a sore spot, if you can tell, for me. If a benefit of getting bullet time was the fact that you had to go train at the Rito flight range for that, and then Link was able to do something like that, it'd be incredibly cool. If you could do it already, but say not only did it drain stamina to even have it active, but it also drained stamina when you shot a, arrow out, or if you were only able to fire a limited amount of them to begin with while midair, I think that would have been incredibly better because it would have given the player a taste of that power that whenever they got it then they could go, oh, I can just do that now. It would have been really nice. Additionally, by tying things like test of strength to special abilities, it make them feel like whenever you were going through them, that the abilities strengths that you were getting coincide with the difficulty of that. In normal gameplay, Link cannot backflip and then fire arrows in bullet time. Being able to do something like backflipping and shooting arrows would promote close range use of bows, or as a retaliatory sense, to very quickly get an enemy off you or multiple enemies at once. I think that would be a lot better than, well, just being able to do it if you hop off of something. Because it's not something you can do at the beginning of the game, whenever the players can do that, they would definitely feel like they've come a long way from what they used to be. Link's standard evasive abilities are fair and fine. It's standard Zelda fare, as you probably saw in the previous video. Side hops, all that fun stuff, that's just things he's been able to do. However, despite Link in this game being far above the combat capabilities of any normal traveler, like, it's almost jarring how much of a difference there is between him and a normal fighter. He, by default, runs faster without sprinting than anyone else in this game. Or nearly anyone else aside from the running man, but he has dedicated presumably a lot of time to running in the first place. So Link just being able to outrun him, especially sprinting, is kind of like, okay, that makes sense. We've got, like, Hylia's champion and a knight. Okay, cool, whatever. But whenever it comes to his evasive abilities, I think making it so that those are things he had to train, because we do see people more agile than Link in this game. The Yiga, for example, who can flip multiple times backwards before charging forward, it just would have been incredibly cool to be able to get to a level like that. While a normal evasion does not take any kind of stamina, I think having variants of them that were more, I don't know, Fable-inspired could have been a lot cooler. Not only that, it would have given more reason to choose stamina over HP, because right now, stamina is great for exploration. It's also great for getting away from enemies. Health and armor are great for fighting things and actually taking damage, and making it so that if you decide to go all in on stamina, you could use a lot of these abilities. Making yourself a sort of glass cannon of sorts would have been nice. This game doesn't have any kind of, like, build system. Everyone is going to have the same capability, so if you were playing your version and you picked up a friend's, the skill would directly translate. It's nothing too complex, but I think having there be actual variance in what players can do because of what they've gone through in their games, again, would have been fantastic. See, something I haven't quite brought up yet is the fact that while you get all these items on the Great Plateau, once you get off the Great Plateau, one of the first shrines that you will come across, especially if you hit in the direction the king asks you to, is a shrine that has to deal with the paraglider, your 5th item that you get on the plateau. This is fine, and it shows the player how to interact with gust of wind and stuff like that. I like it. However, when you get to Kakariko Village, you actually get a tutorial on how to fight, which I feel is definitely a bit overdue at that point. I think getting an actual combat tutorial, after having probably been playing the game for at least, like, 3 to 4 hours at this point, is a little bit weird, all things considered. Because, yeah, if the player didn't know about those abilities up until this point, they now know, but at the exact same time, it's in a shrine, and shrines are completely optional, at least as far as how many you do, if you're trying to get the true ending anyways. If you, for example, if you, for example, chose not to do that one, you would miss out on knowing about those abilities, and I feel like that's why they should have made it so Link actually got some kind of formal training, or at least some kind of test in Kakariko Village put together by Impa's guards to see if he was particularly ready and in good enough condition following everything that happened on the Great Plateau. A test of sorts. Purah test him by having him, bring up the fire and all that fun stuff. For Link to hear about how dangerous the Yiga clan is from Impa's guards, and then, not really be, not really have it questioned if he can stand up to them at this point, is a bit wild to me, because for all intents and purposes, they are out to kill him specifically. They were assassins that are supposed to be anti-Link. They were extremely goofy, but here's the thing about them. Any other person in Hyrule, especially among the Hylians, cannot stand up to them. The Gerudo guards might be able to, but not a lot of people, or rather, no one would be able to actually stand up to them, aside from the Sheikah, who have similar abilities and prowess in combat. But even they've gone for a more relaxed sort of life. So I think Link getting a lot of his actual skills and abilities there that he shouldn't start the game with, at that point, would be a good idea. Impa knows that he's not ready for Ganon, so she wants him to free the Divine Beast. But also doesn't really give him anything to make sure that he knows what he's doing or that his capabilities are up to spec, to really gauge to see how far from the person he was to the person he is. And that is a massive lost opportunity because there could have been more story content in Kakariko Village. Like I've previously brought up in the past two videos dealing with this game, Spirit Orbs are heart containers. They work for increasing your hearts and your stamina. They are just not automatically spent. You can spend them at your own leisure, and that's good. At the same time, the game tries to do its active best to draw your attention to how to spend those by making the statue of Hylia glow, so that you interact with it thinking that it's something important, at which point you learn how to spend these things. Not having a way for the player to learn how to make use of more abilities or gain more of them is just a low sell. Whenever we're talking about stuff like this, I think it's incredibly easy to forget that half the time people throw ideas like this out, it's not an idea they would have had if they hadn't played the game in the first place. With the development team, there's only so much time they can allocate to everything, and for what they had, they definitely made something great. But a lot of the times as people offer up ideas or solutions to problems the game seems to have, it's something that completely gets rid of a system that is integral to the gameplay experience. And I'm not a big fan of that. Like I was talking about with weapon durability, wooden items should break, bone items should break, and then become base wooden items. Weapons like swords and stuff should also break but have reduced attack, and if continued to be used, actually fully break. There are multiple different kinds of smiths throughout Hyrule that can fix up certain kinds of weapons. All those traveler swords and stuff have to be coming from somewhere. The knight's broadswords and things like that could definitely be like relics that have been maintained through people who have like family connections. But for the most part, I think that the durability system is completely fine. And if people were apprehensive towards it, it working like that would have definitely been better because then they could have learned, oh hey, I can carry this around and use it for multiple other things, even if it does break. Meanwhile, I've got weapons that are absolutely dedicated to attacking. For example, if the axe the old man kind of tells you can have broke and it lost its cutting ability, but still was able to wall up things, and basically gained half of its durability in addition to durability with reduced attack, I think people would want to use items like that a lot more. Not that they don't already, but I think at the beginning of the game they would go, okay, what can I do with this? Well, it'd be easy to get that repaired. All you really need is another axe head. You just need to find something you can use as an axe head. Tears of the Kingdom kind of test with this idea, and I feel like if they were doing a lot of testing groundwork with that, then the next game they make is going to be an absolute fucking masterpiece. But that's if things are utilized correctly. if this is going to be the skeleton for Zelda from now on, at least, until they do something to break all the conventions again, or the assumed conventions, then I think we're in good hands. There are certain things Link can do with items that he can't normally do with other things, like being able to drop punt a Bokoblin skull. He throws his Sheikah Slay bombs, which are incredibly light. I feel like being able to do that with your bombs to send them an extra bit of distance would be a bit of a cool thing that you could learn how to do as the game goes on. Either make it a quick press of the R button or a targeted press of it rather than just a free throw. It's an aimed shot. I, again, think that'd be something nice to have, and could allow them to add more variance to the shrines that they have. Because for all the shit a lot of the shrines get, the ones that do have actual puzzles in them are pretty fucking creative. And because the reward for all of the shrines is a quarter of heart or a quarter of stamina vessel, I think it's important to note that the minigames in past Zelda games were also just tests of player abilities or side quests that granted them these things. Either that, or just visiting locations and seeing them in the distance and going, oh, if I come up here with a magic bean, I can get this. I genuinely think shrines get too much flack for what they actually are. They're unnatural puzzles with an attempt to make be they're they're unnatural things in this world, and their environments reflect that. They look unnatural on the surface as well to get people, aka the players, to check them out. So when you go into these things and they have weirder things in them than you would naturally be used to seeing, it makes sense. These are artificial environments and they should be treated as such. Whenever I see players complain about the shrines, it's almost like they aren't taking into account there are extremely easy heart containers to get in base Zelda games. For something they sell in shops for an absurd amount of money from time to time in Zelda games, it's a little weird. Twilight Princess has some unnatural alcoves in it, where you have to use, let's say, the claw shots, both of them, one of which is found in the Lake Bit dungeon, and the other one is found in a dungeon in the sky. It's like, who actually designed this? Who put this chest here? It's not someone who could have gotten here naturally. It legitimately doesn't feel like part of the world. It feels like something that was put there by the game devs instead of something that was made by, like, people who had access to technology that no longer exist as things that people in this modern age can use, aside from, like, two individuals. And that feels way more natural to me than stuff like that. The grottos in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask also just kind of feel like small things. I don't really mind them as much because, well, for the spots they appear in, they're already kind of out there in the first place. Like, sure, you get a magic little light that you go down into, or a hole that you go down into, and a magic light that brings you back to the top, but how is that any different from what the shrines already have? It's just at the bottom of those magic little holes, you also find a piece of heart, usually. Well, almost guaranteed every time. Having seen people complain about the fact that there are shrines that just have rewards in them with no puzzle, each time I've seen this, it seems to be that they were ignoring the fact that the puzzle was what you did to get into the shrine. With the Gerudo who's dying of a lack of alcohol in the desert, it's like, the puzzle there is that you have to run back to Gerudo Town, find out that you have to play a little minigame of carrying the ice across the desert, figure out how to get the ice across to the endpoint without having it melted by the Zalfos, and then you can get your piece of heart container. Instead, they choose to glaze over that and then go, I had to do a puzzle, and then I was rewarded with an item that I didn't even need, but then just give me both of those. And I'm going to skip this for now. It's story content, but it's also story content you've probably already seen if we've done this. Lowering that volume so I can continue to talk about this, I really think that when I see people criticize things that already happened in previous games but happened again here, it's like they're, again, completely glossing over the fact that it has already happened. It's not a new concept, it's an old one, it just put in a new form. And for some reason, now that they're eating vanilla ice cream out of a bowl instead of just the container, they're upset. This is a bit of a community rant at this point, but a long time ago, when I was far younger, I actually used to be interested in Zelda theories. And that pretty much ended with the entire, like, Matt Pat Link is dead Majora's Mask thing, because you don't take damage if you land on a Deku Flower. Link landed on a Deku Flower when he fell in that hole. He looked at the ground surprised, probably because he still had his legs, but also he's fallen from higher heights before, or at least similar ones. But also, if he died during that game, how did he become a full-blown quotation marks Stalfos, as people like to assume he came from, getting lost in the Lost Woods, whenever in reality he was headed towards the light outside of the woods. It's kind of wild to me. Anyways, people brought up how this game made things really muddy with the lore, and I'm going to go back a few seconds into this cutscene. Stories of Ganon were passed from generation to generation in the form of legends and fairy tales. Ganon, in this case, is pretty much the boogeyman. This has happened in previous Zelda games, notably Wind Waker, where they told essentially about what happened with the plot of Ocarina of Time and the hero disappearing. So, this game being at the end of the timeline, at the end of every conceivable route, it makes it kind of unique in that aspect. When I saw the placement for it, I had just assumed that things would just kind of eventually get to this point because, well, regardless of what happens, at least all those things or the events that kind of lead into them will occur. With my current day knowledge, it's also easy to assume that, hey, those might have all been legends or prophecies told about how things went down in the past. Lots of aspects are shared about it. But also, like with fairy tales, people tend to make their own extensions to them. We as people know about the story of Pinocchio, the Disney one. If you go back and read the actual old school Pinocchio, it's going to be different. Same for The Little Mermaid, and same for the tales told about Heracles, and everything that happened up there. So, taking that into account, the stuff that happened with the imprisoning war is potentially the actual history in this branch of the universe, with everything else that was told effectively being, you know, a fairy tale of it. People take this very literally because the things from this fairy tale do actually exist within this world. It's like, hey, yeah, all that shit actually happened. But the stories based around these things have actually been different. For all intents and purposes, this is a game that uses the Zelda mythos. It is a Zelda game, but without relying on the pre-established mythos of it. It just takes aspects of it that are useful to it, and that's completely fine. It's like how every, or nearly every Zelda game features Hyrule, but geographically is always so different from the previous versions. Worlds don't change that much in 100 years, let me tell you. Like, if at some point we get a Death Mountain range, I'd be fully accepting of that. But also, there are so many races that just kind of either go uninteracted with or assumedly die out. Where are my Anuki? I want my Anuki. Like, yeah, Hyrule's a different place, and it's shown that there are even areas off map and even brought up that people came from outside of Hyrule in the next game over. But at the same time, races that were core to Hyrule no longer being there is a little bit weird. Like, we've got Hylians, the Sheikah, Gorons, and the Rito. Oh, and the Gerudo, but the Gerudo Desert is its own place, and that's, its own spot outside of Hyrule. They're allied with them, but they are also their own people. At the same time, I, again, think it's a little weird that races like the Deku just kind of don't exist anymore. Like, sure, they are tree people, but at the exact same time, for them to be completely missing is a little jarring. Like, it's a pretty common thing. Of course, the children of the forest, the Kokiri, eventually became the Koroks. But as for a lot of other races of Hyrule, there's just not a lot of sense in how they vanished and, like, why no one's kept track of that. They could have brought something about them leaving whenever the calamity happened because, well, they don't have as strong of ties to the area, so of course they wouldn't. It would also make sense how maybe another kingdom hasn't tried to swoop in and do anything about this, or, claim the land for herself, because they potentially see it as fucking cursed, because they've got a goddamn demon and robots running around shooting lasers at people. It just makes sense in that way, because there should and are usually other kingdoms in the world of Zelda. We just never really get interaction with them. I think probably the Link who has seen the most other places outside of Hyrule would either be A Link to the Past, or maybe the Link from the Spirit Tracks. And that's a little odd to think about it, all things considered. That said, it's just kind of a bummer that they didn't explore more with those things. Again, the game's already huge, and they already made up for a large amount of NPCs by making the system with the Miis, where the Miis directly translate to Hylian NPCs. At the same time, a lot of the other races' NPCs just happen to be either slightly recolored versions of each other, or ones with slightly different types of clothing. There were a few unique ones in there, but for the most part, they are all the same model with different color changes. Most of the time. While I'm incredibly happy with Tears of the Kingdom, it would have also been nice to see them expand the world more. Back to the king, though, now that we're out of that cutscene. Having been able to spend more time with him, actually getting to know him as a character, would have made a moment like this more impactful. Because it's entirely possible that you don't interact with him at all as someone who's a friend. So this cutscene could just not really pull any heartstrings. If it had been a case of you're working with him, or at least helping him out around the place, and then you find out, oh hey, he's the king. It wouldn't hit with the same level of impact as Wind Waker whenever that king sacrificed himself to make sure that, like, Link and Zelda had a future that he wouldn't be a part of. He chose to stay behind, which is less of a sacrifice, but he just didn't want to carry on, like, the old sentiment of the old world with it. He wanted them to be entirely new, their own people. And that's good. But at the same time, this king, if you choose not to interact with him, it just kind of comes off as I did all this and we've interacted like once, and I get this like little lore expo and a bit of information about how you believe in me. It's not entirely unbelievable, but it makes Link feel less obligated to do so. Like, of course he's gonna go save Zelda, but really, he doesn't have any loyalty to this person as a king or as a friend if you choose not to do any of that stuff. And that's a bit disappointing. With the king being just like the champions, a ghost in ethereal form, or I guess ghosts are already ethereal, so that doesn't really matter, but a ghost, I think it would have been cool for him to at least have had some power here. If his ability was that he was keeping this place protected, or at least like locked off for the rest of Hyrule to keep it safe from people like the Yiga, it would have been nice. With that being gone, he could undo the cork that would drain the Great Plateau, allowing Link to leave that way, so you didn't have to paraglide off of it. Either that, or you could just climb down it. Instead, you get the paraglider, which, again, I'm happy with what we do have in this game, but I think something like the paraglider would have been better to get from Purah. Because, think about it like this, right? I'll also bring this up again when we're talking about the Rito area, but Link doesn't have wings. Being in the air is incredibly dangerous for him because he can't fly. If, for example, whenever you were going to go free meadow, you learned how to, I don't know, bullet time freely, but that wasn't good enough, so you had to run back to Purah to get a way to navigate the air. It feels like it'd be right for her to know something like that, especially since in Tears of the Kingdom, she's the one who gives you the paraglider in the first place. So it very much shows that she's capable of doing stuff like that. Also, I almost forget to show it off here, but this is the only area in the game where you'll get a prompt to fly. Or rather, glide. I'm going to speed up the video because, well, it'll take me a little while to get up there at this point. I'm pretty sure I forgot during the recording, but, Anyways, in this particular spot, if you jump off, you get the prompt to glide. You don't get this anywhere else. It doesn't try to instruct you on that. It wants you to know that if you hop off of here, that you can use that, and that's how you do it. And that's neat. Especially if, you for some reason didn't read the immediate prompt that you got before. Anyways, with how Link and the King have been interacting up to this point, something like this diary entry seems more personal if you consider them to have at least formed some kind of friendship while they're up there. Something like a dynamic title screen to at least give hints into the sort of relationship they would have formed would have made something like this more impactful. He's clearly, jovial about it. He's asking Link to do this because he believes in him. But with what we get from Link's memories, especially involving the king, it doesn't really look like they have any kind of relationship whatsoever. He says he believes in Link, but that's just because he probably heard about, like, what he was capable of, not because they had any direct interaction. Sure, he might have trusted him, but there doesn't seem to be much that they actually had to interact with or on. Anyways, despite the king saying that you need the paraglider to get down from here, it is entirely possible to just make your way down through climbing. Or you could just leave through another angle too, since the Great Plateau has various points on it where you can leave at the right angle and you won't suffer any like fall damage whatsoever. The only thing that stops Link is voiding out. So with the knowledge that, yes, he literally could just climb down, it might make sense for, there have been some kind of illusory magic. Something like with the Lost Woods and how they function to keep people out, something like that to keep the Great Plateau protected from, I don't know, outsiders or people from getting away from the inside of it, would have made sense to at least me. Because again, Link has everything he needs to climb both up it and down it. So, having something where, again, the plug gets pulled on it and all the water just comes pouring out, would have worked just as fine. So, with that, we're finally in Hyrule. Now, I'm going to talk about the world design here again, because for the intended path the game wants you to take, it is very good. Just walking up through this part shows off the flags of old Hyrule and that this place used to clearly be somewhere that was traveled to. It's got outposts and it's also gets weapons from soldiers who passed here. Now, it's very easy to tell how these outposts got destroyed. The Guardians, clearly, because, well, not only are there Guardians here, there are also Guardians at the Temple of Time. So for there to be claymores and stuff embedded in the ground, it just makes sense that this area got completely razed. It was not a good thing. They do a very good job of setting the tone of what happened. Everything is bright and colorful, but for all intents and purposes, what happened here was absolutely awful. When you get to see areas like this in Age of Calamity and you see how they looked previously and how they were full of life, it really makes you think about stuff like this that's already occurred. But also, this will probably be your first run-in with a Moblin. They are considerably bigger than Bokoblins for obvious reasons. A lot harder to take down, too. It's probably a good choice to just run past that. You can definitely fight it and take him out, though. He's not very difficult. He just hits a lot harder. And with areas like this, because it's an outpost, getting brushed by a bunch of Bokoblins shows that they are very clearly thinking about what is along the path here. There's not much to it, but they've quite clearly got something going on here. To our right is where the shrine featuring the paraglider is. All it is a test to see if you know how a Deku Leaf works. And by that I mean Wind Waker Deku Leaf. You just hop into the fans and you blow yourself across. Shows you everything you need to know about those. There's an NPC here who you can talk to find out a little bit of information about the Guardians and the fact that, yes, there are some on lakes. Not all of them also activate. But they're still just as dangerous. If you walk on the edge of it, he'll also talk you down. That gives me the idea that probably most Hylians can't swim, or at least they can't do it very well because he does not want you up there. Which, again, is another point against Link being able to swim at the beginning of this game. When we travel through here, it's very clearly been carved through a point of interest that is going to have you think about what's happened. You see large trees and stuff like that that have been completely hollowed out, Lost Wood style. You can hit up those to find a Korok, and it's nice. But also, while you're traveling, you'll probably, depending on the weather, see a plume of smoke jutting up from the forest. It's not much, but that might get you to investigate what's going on over there, because it's not really like the rest of anything else going on around it. There's a lot they do to kind of make it feel desolate, but also like it's being populated because, well, you'll see the rare occasional NPC, as well as signs that tell you where things are. That's important. The king also seemed to know that Impa was alive and that Link should go to Kakariko Village. Despite not having any idea what was transpiring in the world, I very much feel like up until maybe Link's awakening, he was kind of running around doing his own thing, potentially. Or at least is aware, through that sense of clairvoyance, that, she was alive. If the reward for clearing the Great Plateau was the ability to see enemy HP bars, a type of clairvoyance that's been shown off with items like the Mask and Wind Waker, whose name I cannot remember right now. It's the Hero's Charm. Anyways, so with that taken into account, rather than the Champion's Tunic showing you enemy HP bars and values and stuff like that, you can already see enemy HP bars, but being able to have that sense of clairvoyance on where things are would have been really neat. Because when you see Guardians in the game, they appear on your map as red blipping dots. Especially if they are, well, they don't always appear as red blipping dots, but they will if they have at least aggroed onto you, which is cool, but it's also not something a lot of people are going to notice. So if after you cleared that, he gave you the ability of that clairvoyance, the ability to track things like that, it would have been really cool from both a gameplay and storytelling perspective, since and now you'd be able to tell how much health enemies had after you've already been fighting enemies with your limited durability weapons in the first place. I feel like those elements sort of blended into each other really well. Additionally, like you just saw, from the get-go, Link knows how to pretty much tame wild animals and ride them. Not something I think should be a possibility at the beginning of the game. It's cool and funny because, well, you can do that, but I think to start, he should just be able to hop on their backs. He shouldn't know how to soothe and ride them like he does, because this extends to things like bears as well. He really just be doing shit for no fucking reason. All things considered, though, it's still fine. You can ride deer, you can ride bears, you can ride horses, you can not ride the boars of the Bulbit tried. They aren't in this game. But it's just like, his overall aptitude for everything just feels too high. Especially considering once you've run up this road, you'll probably encounter the first horses you see nearby the stable. Now, I think with the stable, you should be able to learn how to do it there, but I also think there's another solution to this. Less a solution and more an alternative. Because below Hateno Village, there's the equestrian course, I think that you should be able to learn how to do other things back there. Link already being very good at riding a horse from the get-go is fine. He's also capable of horseback combat from the get-go as well. He doesn't have to learn how to do any of that stuff. All of the shit he does is just like with any other Link, it's purely instinctual. Like how Wind Waker Link can pick up a bow for the first time in his life and immediately know how to fire that thing. Like how Twilight Princess Link can also do the same thing. Like how Ocarina of Time Link can also do that. It doesn't really make it feel like it's anything unique. The deer doesn't go super fast, but it goes faster than Link on foot. And if the player already has to run up here to begin with, they're definitely going to get an idea of the distance of Hyrule and how long everything takes without a way to get around quickly. So, if they get up to that stable and found out, oh, you can just get any horse, I think that'd be really good for them. However, still not knowing how to ride a horse, like, sure, you could know that you could get any of them and that you could theoretically tame any one of them, but you wouldn't really know how to do that. which is where I think having important NPCs that are similar to previous ones we've encountered could have been cool. We don't exactly need a Milan, but having someone like that who could teach Link how to ride a horse, there are various spots they could have been put in the first place. Like, for example, near the Horse God Shrine, the little place below it, right? That already has to deal with horses, and Epona's song is heard playing at various ones of them, but a version of it also plays at the Horse God's Shrine. Not shrine, but little thing. I don't really know what it's called. Flower bulb? Let's just go with that. Anyways, when you finally get around to talking to this dude, he pretty much informs you of how stables work, and that they double as an inn. These things are all over the place, and outside of each one is usually a shrine for fast travel purposes. He'll inform you about how it works, about how you can board horses, and summon them as you please from their network of stables. You probably haven't come across any wild horses in your travels at this point, but he tells you there's a limit to those, and about if you know how to catch a wild horse. He doesn't give you a direct showing of how to do this, which is neat to say the least, but he gives you the information that you can do it. And gives you a little bit more information about how they can just kind of do their own thing. Now, this is nice, but I still kind of would have preferred the old school method of learning how to do it from somebody who is a bit more dedicated to the concept of it. Anyways, with our deer here, we're going to try to register it. He doesn't really like this very much. Anyways, with that, we're on our way. At least, you know, we're not really on our way. But we're going to go find out about elixirs now, because they have an NPC who will tell you about them. And we're going to go talk to her. Sagessa, if I'm saying that right, tells you about the world to some extent. About how there are still monsters wandering around Hyrule Castle, and then, you know, kind of about elixirs. Tells you can make them by mixing bugs and other small monster parts. This is probably the first time you're going to try doing that, potentially. But I feel like it would have been nice to have some sort of recipe system to where if you knew how to make an elixir, you could get that elixir. If you didn't know how to make the elixir, it could give you a random effect. From something useful to potentially just damaging you to some extent. I feel that would have made the system more worth interacting with instead of, you know, wandering around. Because in stables, they've usually got something neat, which in my original video, I didn't showcase, so I'm going to cut in with something here in a little bit. Right about now, actually. Anyways, in stables, there are often recipes on the wall. It's just giving the player the ability to interact with these and actually read them before filling out their inventory, or rather their recipe list, with what is required to make the meals would have been great. Instead, you can just kind of, again, be a culinary genius with no effort put in. It's whack, but I get why they did, since they've already done a lot with the game. For now, I'm going to cover some of what they do to make the modular difficulty be modular in the first place. If you want to heal, you have multiple ways of doing so. You can carry food on you. It can be raw items, cooked meals, you can sleep at places, but you've got the option of when to use these things at your fingertips. You make that choice yourself. If you're in the middle of a fight and you don't want to heal, you don't have to. You can heal after the fight's done. If you don't want to heal unless it's through sleeping, you can also do that. The game doesn't try to push any of those onto you, and they do a great job of that. In the same vein, the game gives you the ability to increase your health and your stamina. You can also just increase your armor's defense, but you don't have to do that. You can choose to do that. There are certain pieces you cannot get replacements for, but they also give you the ability to buy multiple versions of everything for this purpose, though you will eventually hit a soft cap. Not a soft cap, but a hard cap. There's a definite limit on the amount of shit you can carry. They let you do a lot to determine how hard you want the game to be, as well as how easy you want it to be. But they are always moving the difficulty slightly upward, so the player is forced to get better. If the game is getting too hard for them, they can start healing in the middle of fights, and they can go to upgrade their gear. But they are not forced to do that. All that stuff is something they can interact with themselves through exploration. But it's still not something the game ever tells you you have to do for full completion. It's player choice. And now this NPC is talking to us about the Blood Moon, I want to cover another thing about the old man. Why would he not inform Link of that? Like, I get you're not supposed to be on the Great Plateau long enough for one to happen, but if, for example, you were up there and there was more story content, and you had cleared out a few enemies during, your first day, I think it would be kind of important for him to inform Link that, yeah, when a Blood Moon happens, things that were dead come back to life, so you should definitely be careful if you ever see that happening and just clear the area, because it's really not worth it. I thought that would have been better. Additionally, I normally play this game on Master Mode, I also want to bring something up. I don't think the Blood Moons should also just respawn every enemy. I think it should be an active weather effect as well. In Master Mode, enemies get health regen, but the Blood Moon only lasts for that amount of time. I think if there was weather effects that were wholly negative things, like, yeah, we've got storms and stuff like that, but you can just play around those. If there was a weather event that was basically just hostile, for all intents and purposes, and the kind of gloomish aura, or malicious aura, depending on how you want to look at it, kind of started floating throughout the land and healing monsters and stuff like that, I think that would be something that entices players to not really fuck around whenever that shit's going on. At the same time, if it made enemies drop more, I think that would also be good. Because then, even though it's dangerous, you might be enticed to fight enemies more. Because, hey, you're getting more monster drops out of it, right? It's just severely more dangerous. If this effectively gave them a thing similar to enemy devil trigger in Devil May Cry, that could also be interesting. If all it basically did was boost their level by one, so they dealt more damage but retained the same color difficulty, that could also be a way to make that work. They do a really good job of making this Hyrule somewhere you want to explore. At the same time, they don't really do a very good job of giving you many reasons to explore outside of increasing your HP or your stamina. Like, yes, shrines allow you to fast travel, but fast traveling shouldn't be the end-all be-all for marking a shrine on your map, or completing it, or just exploring the world in general. Getting different, getting access to different things should also just be part of what the experience is. Like, sure, if you are running back and forth between an area, and you find something neat, you feel good for that. Say, for example, if you could only shield surf after interacting with Selmy, players who went up the mountain and found that out would think that's really cool, because they learned to do a unique ability that they can only do because they did it there. That'd be neat. At the same time, you might be able to get the high score, but it's going to be kind of hard if you don't have access to the paraglider, which in this alternate timeline you would get from Purah, which means you would have to at least progress through something else also in that area so you get the best goal from it. There's, again, a lot they could have done to make this a more Zelda-like experience while still keeping the free reign that they did. A Link Between Worlds gives you access to every single item you will need to progress to the overworld damn near at the start. The only thing they don't really give you is the Master Sword and the little, holy shit, bracelet that allows you to walk alongside walls in the first place. And that's fine. At the same time, because that game has already shown up that they know what they're doing with world design, they could have used a little bit of that same mojo here, and I think it would have worked extraordinarily well. Remember, right now, theoretically, you can't climb everything, but if we get down the Great Plateau by draining it, There's no way we've had to climb yet to this point. Additionally, if another item you get from the Rito were, I don't know, let's say for example the grappling hook, and that gives you a way to climb a certain amount of a wall up, like it's a ladder, without burning any stamina. You simply throw it up there, and Link can begin climbing upwards. I'd say this could either use far less stamina than climbing normally, or, alternatively, it could use no stamina whatsoever. But it still gives the player a way to get up certain areas so long as they can reach the ledge up there. And that's all a gift for going up to the area that requires you to navigate high heights. At the same time, because they have the grappling hook, they don't specifically need to hit down to the little Goron climbing minigame to learn how to climb steeper objects. But if they did, they won't need the grappling hook specifically just to do that. It creates a neat little system that I think would have worked really well. Getting to Kakariko Village, it's very easy to see that a lot of the population of it is older people. There aren't very many younger people around. The first person you probably run into is an old lady who's twisted her ankle. Aside from that, there are a few families of farmers, and the youngest people seem to be a young lady running a store with her sister, and, you know, the two kids running around. But aside from that, there's no one else here within the age group. They're all older, and because they're older, they might have more experience when it comes to things like combat techniques. At least Impa's guards would, because one is actively a member of the Yiga clan, or rather, he's kind of being held at hostage over it. He's not a willing participant in all this fun stuff, but also you'll start seeing Yiga clan members after you come through here, because he's probably had to let them in on the fact that, yes, you are in fact back, and yes, you did in fact pass through here, so they have an idea of where you're coming through. Also, Link's pretty emotive. A lot of the NPCs here will immediately start talking about the Sheikah Slate and what it means, because it's an important object in the game world. Normally, the only other time stuff like this will happen is whenever you clear a dungeon area, if you have the Master Sword or if you don't have the Master Sword. And they will bring up that you are missing something absolutely vital to, you know, completing the quest. If you do at least one dungeon, they will let you know that it very much does exist, and they're kind of curious as to why you don't have it. Anyways, after talking to those two, you can figure out why they were potentially so hostile towards your appearance in the first place. They want to send you inside. Dorian, the one with ties to the Yiga clan, does not bring up the Yiga clan. Kato, however, does bring them up. They're on high alert. He tells you a bit about everything that has been happening and why they exist, and goes a bit into detail about that. It's pretty simple stuff. All in all, it's also good for setting a little bit of information about the plot. Yiga is incredibly similar to Yuga, someone else who tried using Ganon's power and it didn't turn out too well. Something about the Yiga clan that I'll be covering whenever we first run into them is that they are a huge missed opportunity. Hi, Paya. Anyways, she'll also note through her finger cracks that you are holding the Sheikah Slate, while she's still, like, nervously stammering on about what your name is and trying to introduce herself. All that fun stuff. She's shy, for all intents and purposes. She doesn't have a lot of confidence. She's kind of a shut-in. So, she pretty much fills you in. This is a forced encounter, mind you, that Impa's been waiting for you. Open the doors, and you get more story content. I think having moments like this be capped off with, at least for the characters who were important to Link before in some way, shape, or form, reawaken a bit of his memory would have been nice too. characters like Impa, we don't really get to see what they were like in the past outside of Age of Calamity, and even then that's up for debate since things aren't actually one-to-one accurate in that game. If the statue of Mipha, Rivali's Landing, the statue of Daruk, and the Thunderhelm were enough to trigger Link remembering who they were to some degree, I think Link meeting back up with somebody who seems to be important to them, or at least they seem to be, or rather Link seems to be important to them, should at least trigger something as well. Because despite Link getting his full memory back, there are tons of characters we never really get to see those memories of. And sure, that's fine. But for bigger characters like this, it just kind of feels like they were done extremely dirty. We get to see the king in old cutscenes. We don't get to see people like Impa. Like, I get it. She might not have had as much time around Zelda once everything towards the climate was starting up, but that doesn't mean that Link couldn't sit there and go, oh shit, and, kind of remember for that. All things considered, I don't know. It's kind of a weird issue I have. Well, less weird. I would call it pretty normal. It's an issue I have with the game where, despite characters remembering Link, everything is focused around the champions in Zelda. The smaller people who are also part of the limelight don't actually get any of it. Like, sure, I get it. Impa's old. She can't run around doing a ton of stuff right now. But at the same time, despite how close her and Link, or rather how close she seems to be to Link, it's just kind of weird that, for the people who seem to at least have been within like some kind of inner circle where they might have gotten to know him better, those people don't really get any time to shine. Like, Link wasn't super shy about it. For people who were friendly with him, he was pretty open with. Look at Daruk's memories with him, or the diary of him and Daruk. He details it pretty well there. The little Hylian from before is named Link. He's got a respectable appetite, loves to eat meat, fruit, vegetables, all sorts of things a decent person wouldn't dream of eating. Link will cook up and eat just about anything. I offered some grade A rock roast to help refine his palate. Asked him how it tasted, he liked it so much he was speechless. I knew Hylians could eat rocks too. Eating isn't the only thing Link and I have in common. The little guy is also incredibly strong. He said that sometimes when he focuses, it feels like time slows down. Heh, I really like that guy. He's that guy you can trust to have your back, and also a nice hearty meal with. Yeah, that's it. That settles it. From now on, Link is an official brother. It's just kind of disappointing that for being the representative of the Sheikah in the game, there's really nothing about Impa from the past. It's a little whack that she doesn't get any limelight, or, spotlight whatsoever. She gets this, but that's pretty much it. Which is why I think giving this area of the game some more room to expand would have been nice. It could have been kind of funny getting to see Impa look at how Link was fighting now and kind of go, oh man, you've got worse at this. And then, take a little bit of time to retrain him. It would have been a mix of sad and a bit funny with her getting to recount how it used to be. The same way whenever she talks about Paya, she brings up the birthmark. She's clearly kind of still a goober, which does kind of line up with her Age of Calamity character, but again, it just really sucks that despite being such a large part of the lore, she doesn't really get anything to show for it. I understand that in this game, the champions are pretty much the sages, and they are the core figures of the game. And while the game does have its supporting cast, there just isn't too much that gets to be done with them. And it's one of the things I think Age of Calamity really had, not Age of Calamity, Tears of the Kingdom really has over Breath of the Wild. Just a stronger supporting cast in general. Because, wow, they really put in the work there. Like, it might just be me, but I think it's a bit odd that Impa, despite knowing that Link does not have his memories, and thus wouldn't have, like, all the knowledge that he had acquired previously, she would just send him on his way without, like, making sure that he was really up to the task. She might not have the best idea of all of his capabilities if, she wasn't around for some of those things. But at the same time, realizing that he had just awoken and she wasn't expecting him to defeat Calamity Ganon right away, even if she is a Sheikah and knows that the shrines were made to help him get back on his feet, it's kind of weird she didn't at least direct them to the shrine up on the mountain to go figure out what was going on up there. Like, that is to say, for, again, the village to have a shrine that is basically just a combat tutorial, but, like, not include that in story so that the player could figure out how to do these things in an organic way instead of just being told by some monk that I feel should have been telling him how to do that when he woke back up in the first place. It's a little bit odd. Anyways, Kakariko Village, of course, has classic callbacks and all that fun stuff. A guy who's missing his cuckoos calls back to the Cuckoo Lady from Ocarina of Time, not Anshu, because people can be named differently. Either that or she just didn't have her name shown off. Either way, he's like her in the fact that he's upset about missing chickens. I've seen people complain about the side quest in this game as being not enough bang for the buck, and I'm mixed on that. In Ocarina of Time, getting a bottle from her was kind of a big deal because bottles were a way to keep things on you with limited inventory space. Less limited, and, well, yeah, I guess it is limited, it's fixed. Anyways, but in this game, with them not having that, nothing they can really give you is of equal value, which is why I think upgrades should have still been in the game. Like, I think it should be simple enough for Link to construct a quiver that can hold up to 10 arrows from, like, normal things he can find around or loot off an enemy, but I think villagers should have still been able to give him things that would have made his adventure easier. Say, for example, you could again only hold the 10 arrows. Enemies with bows are rather plentiful, so you wouldn't have been, like, really stressing about it. But if you went to a fight against something that didn't supply yourself with arrows, then yeah, you could be running pretty low on them. And meanwhile, when it comes to things like, again, quivers, if you were able to get them from, let's see here, with the Rito being the most focused on bows, if you get a quiver here that gave you, I'd say up to 30, and then up there maybe like, it might be a bit overkill, but 100, I'd say that'd be good. There are definitely things they could have done to expand the amount of interaction the player had with each race, and it's a bit disappointing we didn't really get any of that. For the Goron, it could have been upgrades to Link's base strength, allowing him to do more damage with any item. It doesn't have to be a lot, but even just the addition of 4 to 5 attack power on top of what you already have would have been pretty crazy, all things considered, because now you could use a stick and get 14 damage out of 2 swings with it. It would have been small cumulative bonuses that made the player definitely feel like they were getting stronger, even if the amount they were getting stronger by didn't seem to matter too much in the end. 5 damage doesn't seem like a lot, but having an additional 5 damage would have meant enemies went down faster when using certain weapons in the first place. Something like spears would have gotten much stronger off of these. Things like heavy weapons wouldn't have gotten too much stronger, but it could have been unbalanced to some degree, but that's completely fine because, well, the game's not super balanced to begin with. This entire segment is to teach you about combat mechanics you might not have known about at this point somehow if you hadn't interacted with them. This is... Again, this goes back to the sword tutorial that we were talking about in previous Zelda games in the last video. In Ocarina of Time, when you get your sword, there's a tutorial on how to use it outside of the place. In Majora's Mask, it is a sequel and you've already had a bit of time to start with a sword. So if you've been exploring Clocktown as Deku Link and you don't know about sword combat yet, you can stop in there to learn more about it. In Wind Waker, it is part of what you need to do to actually get your sword. In Twilight Princess, it happens after you've acquired your sword. In Skyward Sword, it happens, additionally, after you've gotten your sword. So, for this one to come so late comparatively, multiple hours into the game, it's it's a it's one big what moment for me, because I might have stuttered right there, but that was like genuine. Having Link not be uh, having Link not be fully capable of every move he can do, like say his 4-hit combo was cut down to 3, and then once you had done this, he had begun to pick back up on those things, it would have been a lot better, and it would have given reason to actually hit the Kakariko Village and interact with everything. Right now, it really just serves as a bit of story fluff between events. In fact, if you head over to each Divine Beast and finish that up before you come back to talk to Impa, she'll actually lament over the fact that she didn't really get to play a role in everything, which is a bit sad, all things considered. But she is mandatory for starting the quest to get Link's memories back in the first place. The Sheikah-like quest happens all over Hyrule because it's linked to Link's memories. You can avoid it, but you kind of do need to interact with her to get the true ending. Considering without it, you don't get the camera, and without it, that kind of makes at least one of the shrines a little bit harder unless you think outside the box. So, at this point in the game, whenever, you're leaving Kakariko to head over to Hateno, it's a little bit weird that despite having been noted to have lost his memories and stuff like that, well, that Link only has places in the slate that are truly memorable to him and work as those keystones to recovering his memory. Because it's possible for Link to recover his full memory through not going into the Divine Beast and instead running around Hyrule. But he still doesn't remember the champions whenever he heads up to the respective areas. No dialogue changes are had, and there's nothing really noteworthy that happens. So, at that point, I think there should have been more memories pertaining to all of the champions. Say Link could only do bullet time stuff because he remembered how skilled Rivali was. Maybe Rivali notes that, oh shit, he's doing my thing, or something along those lines. It might not be exact, but I think that would have been a lot better than, again, the champions getting maybe 2 memories devoted to them. Like, sure, they're featured in the other ones, but the memories where we really get to see their character shrines are incredibly limited to the one in their village, and then their interactions in the Divine Beast. I think their characters and personalities are incredibly strong, but at the same time, because they don't really get any time to shine, it's really lackluster for other people who need longer and stronger impressions for them to kind of understand a character. And I get it. Age of Calamity came out, which gave us more time to spend with all of our, champion friends and all that fun stuff. But I feel like it's kind of a weird excuse to excuse them just filling us in on these characters in a spin-off title, and then moving on from it. Even worse with the Champions Ball DLC, making it a little bit easier to know more about their characters. Like, I get it. You want people to have a reason to buy the DLC, so you're drip feeding them information about what are effectively the stages. The equivalent of this would be if in Ocarina of Time, you got to meet each of the sages, like, once. And then you didn't really get to see or hear anything about them again until you completed the respective dungeons. Call me crazy, but I think that would have been... Well, no one's gonna call me crazy for that. I think that would have been dog shit. There's plenty of the game that could have done better, but a lot of time I see people focusing on the story, it's the lack of it, without really directing on what they would have liked to see more of in the first place. And it's fine. You can note that something is kind of lacking. Like, if someone gave you, let's see here, unseasoned food, and you're used to eating stuff with seasoning, of course you're going to notice the lack of flavor, but you're also going to be able to note out, you're also going to be able to tell, hey, there's no seasoning in this. You're going to tell something is missing from it. Like, if you ate plain mashed potatoes, for some people that might be a bop, but for other people they might need a little bit of salt, salt and pepper, additional ingredients to it, all to enjoy it. And for something like this, I think having more situations where parts of the story could play out in memorable ways would have been nice. Having at least 4 memories dedicated to each champion would have been nice because there are multiple locations throughout Hyrule where they more than likely had interactions or moments where they interacted with Link. A lot of this stuff is brought up in the champion's diaries and stuff like that. So, again, not getting to see any of that or really get a full perspective on what was going on during those is a weak end of the game. The core gameplay is incredibly strong, but whenever it comes around to things like that, while the story itself might be entirely serviceable, there are just aspects they could have done to make it feel more full. It could have still felt like the player's journey and what they were experiencing. They didn't have to cut so much of it out without, bringing anything else in to compensate for that. And that's kind of a iffy factor. Back on the topic of enemies, now that we've had a bit of time to talk about the Yiga clan, a Yiga clan member will appear, and they'll now start popping up. Give you this line of dialogue each time, but the NPC mothers were completely randomized. And I think it's at least based on whatever area you're in, so you won't see anyone from Lorelin way out here. I think there should have been at least 3 tiers of Yiga assassins, right? And speaking of this, Yiga members are effectively the Garo. They have 2 methods of attack. They teleport in, and then they'll leap backwards before dashing inward and trying to attack. They also have an attack where they will disappear and attack from above, trying to impale Link while he doesn't have an angle on them. Like shown here, it's effectively the same. They both come from what is effectively a canyon in the desert, or a more dry area. They are both agile enemies compared to what Link is used to fighting, and rely on flips and high-speed attacks to do their damage. They rush in, and once you guard or dodge them, that's when they become vulnerable. Otherwise, they're a bit too hard to hit. Having these base Garo, or Yiga, be the standard version of the enemy, before also introducing us to a version kind of like the Garo Master, but not quite at the level of Maskoshaya, would have been nice. Like, yes, the Yiga are already a threat, but the fact that they only ever send these dudes and the archers never together or never one enemy using both weapon types is a little bit of a missed ball. Because having them actively pursue Link and actually try to do assassin stuff would have been nice. And a good reason to maybe potentially keep an eye out for things in the environment. For assassins, kind of not really hell-bent on killing Link, but really persistent in their quest to kill him, they don't actually do a lot to show up in surprising situations. The duplex bow has a lot of range, so if they were Yiga snipers who effectively sat really far outside of range and just kind of popped off shots at you, forcing you to approach, and then once you did, it effectively started maybe a 2-man or 3-man ambush, it would have been nice. But additionally, having them know more Yiga ninjutsu, or Ashika ninjutsu, to do things like create colognes that might not have done any damage but could have been Z-targetable, would have made them a lot more interesting to have to fight. The game does a good enough job of introducing them and the Yiga Blade Masters as additional enemies once you progress further through the game, but I want to talk about enemies at this point. Tall grass is something that can conceal enemies. Choo-choos can fall out of trees. They don't just come from the ground. I think having more enemies that relied on stealth or ambush tactics would have been nice. Wolfos in Ocarina of Majora's Mask almost never appear in a room pre-existing. They always spring up out of burrows to attack Link, before, flipping around and stuff like that. If there were more simple interaction enemies akin to keys, I think it'd be good for the game. Things that would add some kind of variance in what you saw in areas. They don't have to add a ton of new enemies, but maybe just 2 or 3 per area that are effectively what they did with the Yiga and Garo. And give it a modern skin and set it loose in an area. I'm going to have a version of this video out that is effectively just 30 minutes long and only the important bits, so if you don't feel like watching the organic playthrough, it'll be there for you. If this is something you enjoy sitting through as kind of background noise while you watch me play the game, thanks for that. It doesn't mean much, since, well, who's going to want to sit through like 3 to 4? No one has that kind of time to waste. Which is why I'm making those shorter form, long form videos in the first place. But it's just, there's a lot of missed opportunities that even when I was first playing through the game, I kind of felt. But not to the degree that I do now that I've sat down and had multiple years to mess around with the game. But even with that taken into account, it's still a much better product than, well, I've had a time going. It's still a much better product than other games I've had times where I can go back to. Also, this right here, for Hateno, it's part of where I think there should be forced memories in the game. Spots that, around the time you start getting close to a central point, would activate like a flashback of sorts, instead of it just being a spot you have to run into and stand on. I think it would open up a lot more opportunities for actual good storytelling instead of just relegating it all to either, I'd say, about 4 or 5 areas of the game, and the 16 spots memories take place in. That said, even though you get one here, later in the game, where the last one takes place, I think it would have been a lot better to at least have one showing what the area looked like before, it was covered in Guardian bits. Something that I would like to know is that Zelda NPCs definitely haven't gotten any more normal. They're still extremely quirky, to put it mildly, especially anyone that has to do with giving you a side quest of some sort. Like, it's very nice to see that they at least managed to retain that and, it didn't somehow manage to butcher that. The games, again, have done a lot right, but as far as making sure the NPCs are still recognizable as kind of extreme oddballs, I feel like that's an incredibly important thing to get down. Because it's a big part of the identity. There are despite Twilight Princess's art style, you can still very much tell that a lot of the NPCs are Zelda NPCs in the way they talk if you played a prior game. It's nothing crazy, but it does add up. Anyways, like previously brought up, for the first 2 times you see Yiga Clan members, they kind of stand out pretty good. You're going to probably end up interacting with them and not thinking about it until, you see that they don't have a name, like every other NPC does. I think for the first 2 encounters this would have been fine, but afterwards, making it so they would actually try to ambush you to some degree would have been a lot better. Again, they're a fine fight, but these ones don't show up with enough type of any kind of crowd that would make them stand out more. For the point of the game, they would be considered probably a good amount of damage, all things considered. If you've only upgraded your health and you've only run into the shrines they've shown you so far, you'll probably have around like 7 shrines, or maybe like 5 hearts total. But at the exact same time, losing that amount of hearts on a hit is probably going to be like, oh damn. It makes them feel like they're dangerous enough to stand out and actually be a threat. The thing I really don't like about the Yiga Clan members is, despite Bokoblins being pretty much smooth brain as fuck, and Moblins and maybe Lizalfos too, even though, they actually made boomerangs. Maybe they're just Australian. Anyways, it kind of strikes me as weird that the Yiga Clan only knows how to wield, like, 3 weapons, and never, like, in actual conjunction with each other. It would make a large amount of sense to see Yiga Clan members using the sickles along with the duplex bow, or maybe a weaker version of it earlier in the game, so that when they appear, you know that if you don't close that distance fast enough, they will continue to shoot you from afar. Or maybe make it so they start shooting at you from afar, since the first arrows launched at you or the first arrow launched you by an enemy will always miss, to give you the little alert that they are there. Taking actual use of this, as well as, like, I don't know, maybe designing more music around it, or giving it a lead motive that they already have, so the player has to pay more attention to the type of music they're listening to in the overworld, would have made things stand out more. Like, for example, if you were running across Hyrule and then suddenly you heard the 3 to 4 Yiga Clan notes, it would definitely stand out a little bit more than what normally plays. And that might be enough to tell you that, oh hey, there's something off. That's not normal. Someone's going to be attacking me here in a moment. And that could be interesting. Well, goblins will damn near wield anything you managed to give them. You can electrocute them and then hand them something else, and they'll pick it up if it's the only thing in the area. They can also fight unarmed. Comparatively, Yiga Clan members can't do as much. They've got two main forms of attack, being the slash and dash and the little plunging stab they do. That's for the ones with, like, melee weapons. Then you've got the archers, who will shoot at you, flip a little higher, shoot at you. They're more acrobatic targets, but for only having two attacks, they don't really add much to it because you don't see them as often. But when you do run into them, they definitely feel unique enough. Again, breaking up that monotony with more peculiar enemies or things that stand out would have been super nice. I think even relegating each area to have, like, maybe 3 to 4 classic Zelda enemies per, like, large region would have been fine. Ways working as thieves who would take items that you had already knocked off of enemies would be interesting. Wolfos working as guard dogs for bokoblin camps. But Deku was working like the trap Octoroks that are basically treasure chest, and Skulltulas using the physics engine to actually do things would have been really nice. Say, for example, because they were on the ground, you can't really do much to them. They have a hardened shell on their outside. Exoskeleton. What do you have to do? Find a way to flip them over. How can you flip them over? Well, depending on what you have, say they have a metallic outer shell, you could use Magnesis to literally flip them upside down or just toss them. It's not much, but it would have created a unique interaction, and also, if you saw one on the wall, you'd probably go, oh shit, because, well, there's not a lot you can do about that. But also, just hitting them with a heavy weapon to knock them over, since spears and normal sword and shields can't really do that to them, would have been nice. In the Gerudo Desert, you could have brought back things like levers, like moldorms, all those fun things that are just kind of out there. I guess having levers and moldorms in the same area would be kind of fucking annoying, considering, and neither of them would leave you alone. But I'd say it would just be a lot more interesting than what we ended up with. I mean, when you're in the desert, Lizalfos pretty much serve the same function as levers to begin with. You'll be running along, you'll see the sand start moving towards you, and lo and behold, one hops out. Now, change that to if you were standing in the same position, you would get hit by one, and I think things could, it'd be a small interaction, but players would be looking at it as, oh hey, lots of levers here, instead of, oh hey, lots of fucking Lizalfos here. And that's enough to, I don't know, at least help and change the perception of what's going on, more than anything else that was already going on. If you watch the first 30 minutes or however long of the video and you get to see just the important bits portion of this, I'm going to try to focus more on the enemy and enemy area context more in the future, so that things like that make a bit more sense. Like, obviously you won't be encountering Skulltulas over in Death Mountain. At the same time, I think having an appropriate cast of enemies for each area that would still work in conjunction with things like the bokoblins and moblins and Lizalfos, pretty important. Like, again, their senses seem to be pretty bad, so having things that would, at least in the grasslands, work as a way for them to be able to make it much easier for them to notice targets seems like it'd be important. Like, again, I've already brought up a few times, but if there were encampments around things like, I don't know, holy shit, Octoroks, where normally if an Octorok sees you, you just get shot at and you deflect it back. If, for some reason, there was a group of bokoblins that had been making use of this to tell where enemies were, I think that'd be more interesting because then they would hit towards where maybe the Octorok was shooting. I don't think the monsters should be smart enough to, like, be making their own artillery, but I think they should be smart enough to make proper use of other things around them. Like, sure, these dudes can use weapons and all that fun stuff, but I think they are also, with being smart to make fire, I think they're also smart enough to, well, they also know explosive barrels, do all things considered. It just seems like they should also know how to do other things besides just those things. Like, if you're telling me they can carve out these intricate skull castles and all this fun stuff, I definitely think that maybe figuring out how to feed an animal that is also hostile so it stays with them and actively seeks out people they can use as targets is very, I don't know, tangible. Additionally, I think if there were more side quests focused on freeing more individual areas or clearing out groups of enemies and making it so that groups of enemies no longer really came back to the location, I think things would be a lot better. Like, sure, I understand the Blood Moon will resurrect enemies whenever they're defeated. So, thanks to a natural fucking disaster, it is impossible to keep these creatures out of, Hyrule. But that also theoretically means that they can use that as a way to gauge when they will be returning. And I think that is something they could potentially make good use of. Like, if they know that at least once a month, or however fucking long it takes for a blood moon to occur in game, which I'm pretty sure it's on like a full moon or something, I don't actually keep track, then with that knowledge, I think they should be able to design something to help them basically cage in and eradicate bokoblins and stuff like that as fast as possible. But also with them always coming back, during a blood moon, it kind of raises a question of if every bokoblin that has ever existed will continue. I'm saying bokoblin, but I mean like every single one of Ganon's forces with quotation marks around it will continue to exist. Because in that case, what the fuck are stall bokoblins and stuff like that? Like, are those just ones that were already dead who, thanks to, I don't know, Ganon's strength, they've risen from the dead? Something like that? Like, sure, they're clearly already, like, dead and gone, but do those only exist because other travelers have made them exist, if that makes any sense? That type of thing. And even more, do they retain the knowledge? Because there's a side quest in Hateno where you pretty much take out a camp of goblins and moblins to free a young lady's animals from them because they're getting wrangled. Now, nothing is particularly stopping them from doing that again, but the game implies that they won't be doing it again, or it won't be happening again, which is a little weird considering they're still down there. With that in mind, I think it should be very much possible to potentially make areas safe for people again so that, I don't know, certain services open up. Like, there are quite a few people in Hateno Village, but it is very hard for me to believe that any of them could actually, like, fight these things properly if they all, like, got together. There was a dude at the gate armed with a pitchfork, and the rest of the population doesn't really seem combat able. Like, sure, they can probably pick up a pitchfork and a bow, because people know how to hunt. There's a little hunting minigame up there. But as far as, like, actual combat would go, if they did start breaching, I don't think there's a lot of fight they'd be able to put up, especially against something like a moblin. Moblins are big targets, but whenever the most accomplished character in this game, as far as, like, I think combat prowess goes, who isn't, like, an actual important character goes, it would probably be the Hylian Knight Descendant, who is looking at the Akala Citadel. Everyone else seems to do serviceable jobs against bokoblins and stuff like that, and like one-on-one fights, but those are also travelers and not villagers. So with that in mind, it's Guardians obviously didn't get hit in a village because, well, Link was there at the gate, and also Zelda was like up immediately after that and kind of wiped them all out. But as for how they haven't gotten like raided, like actually raided yet is kind of insane to me, because even just outside their gates, you've got two people getting like knocked out cold by them. So it just kind of seems entirely unlikely and entirely impossible that they haven't had to deal with something like that. Especially considering their town doesn't have like actual defenses. They've got like the front gate, but other than that, there are a multitude of ways to approach it from. They've got a collected suit of armor in there, so maybe someone there used to be a knight, or maybe it's a hand-me-down from someone's great-grandfather who they decided, hey, we need the money, we're going to sell this. But no one in the village is actually, like, again, combat fit. If they went up the hill, and without seeing that there's, like, an actual gate, like, sure, they've got a gate. But also, like, there's nothing really stopping anyone from just walking up in here. If this guy wasn't here, it would be entirely defenseless, and even with him, it seems entirely defenseless. I'm sure Purah's got something like rigged up that could maybe do a quick clean sweep pretty quickly, but I don't know. I feel like with the village being like the only place that didn't get hit and completely like torn asunder, like sure there are other like settlements, but those are mostly just the stables and stuff like that. I feel like this should have been kind of like what Lookout Landing was. They were lucky enough to survive, but with that in mind, I think they should have been, like, not really more militaristic. But I think a lot of the people who managed to also escape from, you know, the calamity when it started happening should have met up here. There should have been facilities for their families or things like that, like as the main human settlement in the game anyways. The Sheikah have Kakariko, humans have Hateno, Gorons have Goron City, Zura's domain, yada yada yada, we go on and on. But for all the settlements being built up, there's not really a place that feels, aside from this, like it was genuinely meant to support life. Hyrule is full of so many way stations that everything really does feel fragmented. I'm kind of surprised that there isn't any attempt to, I don't know, restructure and repopulate, like, the actual villages, or to make the stables more near them. I get that the world continues to exist around Hyrule, and that over the course of Breath of the Wild, people are probably cycling in and out of the country, and that everyone you see here probably isn't, like, a resident of it. But at the exact same time, the actual villages being, like, so few in number just kind of feels wrong. Like, yeah, I get it. Not Akala, holy shit. Akala got smoked. Anyways, as far as things go, I understand that Hateno, Lorelin, and Terrytown are, with Terrytown being built over the course of the game, I definitely feel like there should have been signs that things are getting better as you progress through the game. Dragon's Dogma has world states. Thanks to these world states, core areas of the map change as you progress through the story, and certain things open up and certain things close down. Same for side quests becoming available and becoming unavailable based on your progress. I think something like this would have been perfect in the game. I don't care what anyone says, I think missable content is great, especially if the game is short enough to warrant multiple playthroughs. I understand there are people who definitely want to, like, 100% everything in a single run, but get this, you can't. There are literally entire lines of dialogue you can miss if you go about things in different ways. Now, I get for some people that might not constitute what 100% actually means, since it's just about quest progression, but I think having multiple variants of quest or things that can happen with these same rewards based on when a player manages to complete something would definitely make things better. I think just allowing or making it so that once the player completed their first playthrough, they got the prompt to do it again, Wind Waker style, but like carrying over all their stuff. That is, like, potentially if they get the true ending, 40 shrines they don't have to do, and they can just then take their time speeding through everything super easy. You can acquire the Master Sword from the get-go, and depending on what level of power you already had it at, you can then start from there with it. It would kind of make it a kind of, okay, I went through the game without that stuff, and now I'm getting to see the new dialogue if I had that stuff whenever I was going through it at a normal rate. You can run around and get the Master Sword before you do any dungeons, but you're gonna kind of be borked because, well, the bosses don't take the Master Sword into account. I think acquiring the Master Sword should make every single Blight Ganon the strongest level or the last Blight Ganon you fight. Your first Blight Ganon is going to have less HP than your last Blight Ganon. It doesn't matter what order you do it in. So if you for some reason start with Thunder Blight, and you finish with Water Blight, you're gonna have like the easiest penultimate boss ever. And that'll be that. Meanwhile, if you start with Water Blight and you end with Thunder Blight, well, you're gonna have a fair fight. You've got extra life, you've got the ability to shrug off 3 attacks, and navigation through the dungeon is easy as enough to begin with. So I feel like that part's fair. But this is why I'm going to be bringing up something that I think they should have definitely done once I do the first Divine Beast. But I'll go ahead and spoil it here. With the Master Sword, when you put it in the pedestal, you enter the Illusory Realm. Not really an Illusory Realm, but Link himself is teleported within another realm set up by the monks to restore the strength of the Master Sword. If any of you guys have ever played Mega Man Battle Network, you're probably going to like the sound of this idea. But first, I want to explain a little bit of context. Breath of the Wild is so heavily obsessed with making the world feel natural that shrines, being where you get your heart containers in this case, are made to feel unnatural. With shrines being unnatural, I think they definitely should have taken the route of making it so, yes, the world is natural, but when you enter the shrines, you can clearly see things are unnatural. So, when you get inside this Divine Beast, and the interior of it is mostly natural, you can tell how people are supposed to navigate it. I think that that just clearing the Divine Beast should not be enough. Just defeating the Blight Ganon should not be enough. I think upon being defeated, without the ability to truly break down the evil of the Divine Beast, that they, not the evil of the Divine Beast, but of the Blight Ganon, they should retreat inside of the Divine Beast. Not just, like, within it, but, like, inside the mainframe. This prevents it from showing back up to help Ganon during the final boss battle, but you also don't get the additional damage whenever you start fighting Calamity Ganon himself. So, the fix to this is, there is a Master Sword pedestal in every single Divine Beast. Either that, or maybe the terminal itself works as a pedestal, with the Master Sword functioning as a Master Key of sorts. Ooh. I think making the Divine Beast feel at least naturally navigatable, and then the interior, the Scooby-Doo Cyber Chase section of them, where Link goes inside of the Divine Beast to fully clear out the Blight Ganon from it, should feel more like a natural Zelda dungeon. And when I say natural, I mean like the old school style. You can make this harder because, well, it isn't required by the player to actually beat the game. You've already taken care of the Blight Ganon, so you've gotten the Champion's power, but the Divine Beast itself is not fully operational and ready to help Link. So, this makes it so after you clear a Divine Beast, you can come back for a round 2 to fully finish what was started there. When you go inside of those realms, they will be very based around, like, the element in question. Like, with Water Blight. It wouldn't just be, like, 1 or 2 water puzzles and then, like, a water element in the Divine Beast actual boss room, but there would be multiple levels to the place where you had to use the Zora Tunic, or Zora Armor, to repeatedly hop up waterfalls and stuff like that. That would make it feel, I guess, more reminiscent of what we got in Tears of the Kingdom. That would probably be, like, my ideal case. Making use of the maneuverability of it, which, I just want to state, the Zora Armor pisses me off. The fact that, again, Link is able to swim normally is still kind of questionable. It's not too big of a deal, though. But the fact that whenever you are using the Zora Armor, you cannot sprint while in the water, and accelerate to the same rate as, I don't know, whenever you go up waterfalls is kind of crazy to me. It's wild. Oh yeah, right here I'm going to talk about a side quest. So I think having this old man work as pretty much the equivalent of Talon in this game would have been fine. Having this girl work as, or Koyan, not remembering her name until, seeing it on screen, because, lots of NPCs don't actually get acting roles in this game. But considering she's already taking care of farm animals in the first place and is, like, aggressive enough to pick up a stick to get ready for anyone else who comes this way, kind of makes it seem like she's got a bit more fire in her step. I think having a situation where Link helps her out with, I don't know, taking care of the enemy forces around this area, and then potentially opening up the equestrian track so that Link can learn how to ride a horse and also learn horseback archery would be nice. It's not much, but the player would definitely feel that bit of progress. And I think that's important. Now, back on what I was talking about, I think that, again, making it so that the Zora Tunic could sprint in water would make water actually fun to interact with because, well, again, being in water is one big fucking penalty game. It's no good. You enter water, you are completely defenseless, you can barely move, and you are running out of stamina. Which means until you get out of the water, you are just completely screwed. And genuinely, that's whack. Anyways, with that being taken into account, I think that making it so that once the player has the Zora armor, they can quickly move through water in the same method that Link moves up waterfalls would be incredibly cool. If, again, it made it so he didn't really burn stamina, I mean, clearly he would still have to, but instead of just burning stamina, he now could last for longer in the water before, drowning, which I guess that's what it does in the first place, by letting you swim faster, but essentially what I'm saying is making it so Link could swim through the water at an incredibly fast pace would make it so people use water as a method of transportation, the same way people use waterfalls to get up to higher ground. Because players can't do this, entire sections like this that would be something fun to travel through become a walk on a long walk on the beach, which isn't anything bad, but there's really nothing to gain by ever interacting with water in this game. It is a hazard setup. You drop something like electricity or electric attack in it to fry every enemy around you, not because you have something you want to do or a way to fight an enemy. You knock enemies in water to kill them, but as far as traversal goes, you never really use it for that because, well, you're always penalized for going in it. You move slower, you can't actually do anything, and if an enemy spots you, you're as good as dead. If you have too much stamina, you can't just swim your little lungs out until you die. Or rather, void out. Because a lot of things in the game don't really feel like proper rewards, which is fine. But I think if there were actual stat parameters that Link could increase as the game goes on through having interactions, things would just be better. I've probably given this argument 4 times at this point, probably, so you might get tired of me hearing this, but I'm going to light up another case, or another example of it. If, for example, they went up to 6, there were 6 levels of everything, but you could only increase up to 3, I think that would be a lot more interesting. Like, if Link's own base speed stat was at 3, he was as fast as he was in the normal game at night. Meanwhile, if you then equip something that allowed him to move faster, it could go up to another level. I think that would be extremely good. I also want to note, every enemy in this game has a most dangerous weapon type. Bokoblins have spears. It makes them far more dangerous than with any other kind of weapon they can possibly wield. I don't care what anyone says. Lizalfos have heavy weapons because they just sprint up to you, and instead of taking a long wind-up, they take a fully momentum realized swing at you. Is incredibly dangerous. And Moblins have swords. Which is very much kind of goofy for to me, since as far as things go, it just kind of ends up being really funny that the big guys aren't good with the bigger weapons, and the small guys are good with the kind of tribal weapon, but I guess that kind of makes sense. With Lizalfos and their snaking motions making them extremely dangerous and effective with, heavy weapons. But also, the fact that bokoblins do have a jump in this game, yet never really use it, is kind of disappointing. Like, if they're up somewhere, they won't jump down to come meet you, they'll run down a ramp. I understand it might be for balance reasons to give the player ample time to get away or, like, reposition themselves for what's about to be happening next. But it also just kind of ends up being, like, mildly disappointing that, again, they're just really easy to handle. Seeing bokoblins actually jump and stuff like this through an area would be better than what we do get, since, again, it's not an animation you get to see a lot. They never make an active attempt to jump from platform to a different platform because, well, usually no area is built like that. I don't know. I love the enemies in this game for the amount of variety they have in comparison to a normal Zelda enemy. However, I really wish that they just actually used the tools they were made with more often. Because, well, very rarely do they ever. And that's a little sad. Like, as far as enemy interaction goes and the amount of things that the enemies can do, these are by far the strongest that enemies have been since, well, any 2D title. And by that I mean, like, Dark Nuts do, like, maybe 2 to 3 hearts of damage in Twilight Princess. I can't fucking remember, but it's kind of easy to overlook. Or they might just do a full heart of damage, and I'm gaslighting myself into thinking they hit harder than they actually do. Anyways, with enemies in the 3D Zelda titles not really dealing much damage because, well, it's meant to be more of a long-form fight with them, and you are supposed to get whittled down as dungeons go on, because you don't really receive any defense upgrades throughout the game. I think it would be incredibly cool if future Zelda games also took advantage of things like actual defense, making it so that players had to watch where they were going. This game does this relatively well, having, well, areas like this have stronger variants of enemies that you encounter later. Like, you've still got your few boss enemies in there that are definitely going to make things more difficult and make the player think about what they're doing very carefully, despite how early on this is to access, or how early on you can access this as a little quest area. At the same time, though, I think it is incredibly kind of, not really bad, but icky that the enemies put along the main roads aren't as well thought out. When you're first venturing to an area, I genuinely think they really are. But once you've cleared out of that area, it just kind of feels like once you're actually traveling on a lot more of the main roads instead of the other roads the game gives you, that they don't really do much to stand out. It's not really disappointing so much as, like, underwhelming. Like, yes, I'm disappointed they didn't make better use of them, but I'm more underwhelmed that the best they could think to do with them is, well, what we got. Because whenever they do actually think about the enemy encampments and stuff like that, I think they make some genuinely good, encounters for them. At the same time, whenever they don't, I think it just kind of ends up being sloppy overall. I'm not saying they aren't still well thought out, but I'm saying because they have such low variance in the enemies you encounter in them, that it just kind of leaves you wanting. You've got your level 1 bases, which are effectively just bokoblin camps on the ground. You get your level 2 bases like this, which have 2 stories to them. A top floor and a bottom floor. You've got your level 3 camps that are pretty much just like mini fortresses of sorts, but overall, you never really see them built up in a way that tells you that they are actively making encampments that seem like they would be actually impenetrable and meant for them to, like, base up in. And while you occasionally get bokoblins on horses and stuff like that, it's, again, a little bit disappointing that you don't get to see them, like, actively making use of this more often. When you do encounter it, it's a little bit worrying, but you never, like, see them have, like, bokoblins on horses that also are near, like, their own encampments with horses that they will mount if things start going sideways or, like, they want to pursue a target. For how much they seem like able to construct, it's just disappointing that they don't do more. I'm recording this part at night, and this has like been over the course of multiple days, so sorry if I sound tired during it, but it's just I genuinely think they could have done more as far as like these encounters go. Because again, while the core cast of enemies they have is incredibly strong, and actually make use of things that other enemies aren't making use of in other Zelda games, it's also a little sad that it's not something we get to see more of. Like, in other Zelda games, if you aim a bow at an enemy, they will continue to run straight towards you. They will not care about their own damn safety. They will sprint towards you like a crackhead in full power, just waiting for you to blow them away. They will not make an active choice to, like, try to sprint around you or anything like that. But also, enemies knowing to attack your bombs to send them flying back at you or get away from them is also really nice. Enemies in Wind Waker would do that, and that is part of what made them so great to me. If you throw a bomb at an enemy in Wind Waker, it'll realize, oh hey, those motherfuckers explode after the first time you hit them with it. They will now no longer approach them and run away the moment you pull them out or get near them with it. It's very comical, it's very funny, and it fits the tone of the game. The enemies here, whenever they see something like a bomb pop up, they will boot that bitch as far away as possible before continuing to chase you. They will also actively work to avoid it because they aren't stupid. And I love them for that. If this happened to be like a continuous art style or like aesthetic for Zelda going forward, and they could just keep these enemies all looking the exact same, I'd be fine with that. But at the same time, I can't wait to see what they do next. If this does end up becoming the standard for it, hell yeah. Because I genuinely love how the characters and the enemies in these games look, but I just really do want them to bring back more unique NPCs. Something I very much liked about classic Zelda games was how, kind of weird to say this, but at least as far as Hylians are concerned, their designs were never really homogenized. You had some Hylians in Ocarina of Time who were massive. You had some who just kind of looked witchy like Granny, and you had the odd man in between who looked like a normal person compared with Link. But as far as like their noses and stuff, you also had ones who had like basically Voldemort style nose slits. Or that guy still doesn't have a nose, never mind, that is not correct. But you get where I'm coming from. Everyone looked very different, both in like body, build, and facial appearance. It was fun. And that's what Hylians are to me. They, by all extent, would be human, but they also fall under the potential body types of so many different fantasy archetypes. Obviously, they've got the elven appearance with the ears, but in addition to that, they've got the scrolled features of things like dwarves, and again, everything else in between. It's like, at least as far as I'm concerned, a Hylian is basically someone with the, sure, within Zelda they've got pointed ears, but someone who's effectively got the pointed ears along with occasionally rounded ears if we want to go by Twilight Princess if we even decide to get into that pool, but I'll explain that in a little bit. So they've basically got the pointed ears or rounded ears and a weird ass lack of care when it comes to like their body. Again, they can be short and round as all hell. They can have big ass heads. It's easy enough to tell they're human, but you know, they're very cartoonish in their proportions. It's something that is near plausible for some of them, but it's also possible for them to look so drastically different from one another that it might be a bit hard to believe they're all the same race. And for example, I'm going to bring something up on screen now. For all intents and purposes, as much I fucked that up. Anyways, for all intents and purposes, for as much as I love Wind Waker, it and the Toon Zelda style really homogenized what people could look like. You've either got your barrel-chested dudes with short-ass legs, your normal to average sized people who have fairly normal proportions, which wouldn't really seem out of the ordinary for like Toon Link to have if he was an adult, and that's pretty much it. You don't really get to see any kind of like gross, weird little dudes who, for all intents and purposes, look extremely fucked up. And that's kind of disappointing. And for as much shit as I will give Twilight Princess's art style, in the fact that, I don't know, it just kind of reads like it could have been any fantasy game despite the NPCs looking very clearly Zelda. And that's still sad. But something they did do, and the main complaint I actually have with their art style, is the fact that take a look at Chad over there in the bottom left corner. It very clearly could just literally be the possible protagonist of a Zelda game. Nothing wrong there. Look at Russell. He's got a normal body, and then you get to his face, where things kind of get gonk. Look at Perlo. He also looks normal. And then Fado. Then the Doctor, Bo, and then the Orden Fathers, whose names I can't remember off the spot right now. It's kind of wild. Like, iconically, the Gorons are massive rock dudes. They tend to look like massive rock dudes. The Zora are fish people. They tend to look like fish people. But as far as Hylians go, they're kind of all over the place. And for that thing about Twilight Princess I was saying earlier about humans, despite Link having pointed ears in that game, he's whenever you go to transform into a wolf, or rather back into a Hylian or human, it brings up the option to turn back into a human. I know that's probably for convenience sake, but considering the in-game differences that humans and Hylians have like different ear types, it just kind of makes me think that it was either like a weird nitpick or that they wanted to try to introduce it, but it never really stuck. Either that, or it was, some weird, not really sure how to say it, but like some translation or local, I don't fucking know. Either way, Twilight Princess gets massive props for having its NPCs very much look like Zelda characters, despite the art style saying everything but that. And weird enough, I know it's weird to talk about a Zelda art style whenever there's so fucking many of them, but again, you can look at most realistic looking games from the Shitpunk 360 era, and things will kind of look like that. They've all kind of got that, like, yeah, we want this to have, like, mostly realish tone to it, but also, like, if it's got an anime aesthetic, which by Twilight Princess's art style, like, when it comes to the artwork, it very much does, it just kind of seems like they wanted to do something anime-esque, but also, like, keep it realistic looking, which is where a lot of my... It feels like it can't really commit. And, again, it's not really an issue, and this isn't about that game at this moment, but even as far as that goes, a lot of the NPCs in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom look largely homogenized. They all kind of use the same animation, so it makes sense for them to all kind of need those things, but at the same time, while you've got the rare occasional weirdo, like the Koichi Dye Shop guy, who might just be named Koichi, I can't really remember right now, you've also got the rest of the NPCs that wander around Hyrule looking pretty normal. Again, they all use the same skeleton for the same animations, but at the same time, like, I wish there was still, like, that uniqueness with them. Like, I miss those kind of goofy things about the game, like seeing Mato kind of like yell at the air repeatedly for fucking an entire day and can do so at night because that man does not sleep. Sunken in eyes, a toothless mouth, and well, that's really it to him. But like, that appearance definitely tells you that like, he's an old dude. An old cranky dude who's upset about having to like fucking instruct his apprentices to stay on track. At least in some depictions of him. I might just be blending together Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time at that point. For the most part, though, it's still nice. Whenever we get to people like Bolson, it very clearly goes back to that old school Zelda gonk. It's like, very clearly he's meant to have, like, a handsome face. But when you take into account, like, that it basically looks like anytime a character, like, hits that either suddenly handsome, despite not being depicted that way formerly vibe, or like Chad facing out of nowhere. He's very much there, but like that's just how he looks. And it's a stark contrast to how everyone else around him looks. Everyone in the game kind of looks anime-esque or cartoonish, Ghibli-inspired, all that fun shit, whatever buzzwords you want to label on with that. But again, it also just rounds around to them being normal, and everyone else just kind of being kind of an oddball every now and then. And the thing is, there are lots of NPCs that I would say have wonderful personalities. Like Koyin, she was initially angry about the entire thing to the point where, like, she was upset with Link. Her animals get stolen, but after that, you can kind of either say, yeah, it was you who did this, or play it off and just kind of have done a good thing for somebody, and she'll fully acknowledge that and kind of be upset at herself for kind of being mean to you, but she also does it to begin with. It's nice. Classic kind of, not really tsundere, but someone who's genuinely upset about something that is affecting, their village. And possibly their own, well, definitely their own, like, income, all that fun stuff. Nothing wrong with that. The game has lots of opportunities to do nice things, especially when you take into account that there are certain interactions that only happen if you assume that the player has played the game before. Or, does something entirely out of, like, order. I'm saving right now because of the fact that this little part has two segments to it. If you go ahead and light all the torches before you talk to Purah, she'll assume that Link must have come out of the Chamber of Resurrection a lot better off than he actually did. And that's cool. I think there should be multiple ways to interpret the characters and how they've learned to interact with things, or rather, how they end up interacting with things. In Purah's case, we don't really know what her and Link's relation was before all of this. She calls him Linky, which is a bit out of the ordinary for everything else we can see, but we don't really get to see her interact with many other NPCs in this game. But if she's calling Zelda's Knight a cutesy little nickname, it shows that they might have been friends or something like that. Link didn't seem to have a problem making friends at all, but he seemed to be very worried about, like, making sure that, as far as everyone else was concerned, they saw him as just the hero. He had to live up to that standard. So, whenever she's excited that maybe Link came back with his full memories, she's just happy to see him again. We'll do a short comparison here, because I think that would serve it better than anything else I could actually, like, say in this moment, because I'm doing this off rip. She might recognize Link, all things considered, but during this, she's very much keeping it at a, I'm going to surprise this guy. He isn't himself, he might have lost his memories, all that fun stuff. Play it off however she likes, she's more to the point about it until it's revealed that Link has the Sheikah Slate, which, given her observant nature, I'm pretty sure that she knows immediately, especially if it took Simon a second. She's got an eye for Sheikah tech to begin with, and actually works with that type of thing. It's her forte. So, the thing is, with this, sure, she's still playing it up, but it's easier to see that this was kind of an expected result of whatever the hell Link went through. Whatever would have caused him to lose his memories, and whatever would have caused him to kind of forget everyone, but still retain whatever skills he had. Simon's slow to bring up Link's name before informing Link that Lady Impa caught him up to speed. This could have been however long ago. Impa could have had someone speed ahead to pass the message along, or some, like, Sheikah mind wavelength type shit. I don't fucking know. It's like basically the Force with how the techniques work. Anyways, Link is told that Purah is actually the director and gives no, like, visual feedback to that information at all. Before, this pops up. A lot of how he feels is probably going to be popping up in the dialogue. So, we walk on over because, no need to run. She's excitedly asking him Link was surprised, and that the director isn't Simon, but her. Snapping, being energetic, and so on. Asking if Link remembers anything from his time in Chamber of Resurrection, she obviously notes he hasn't changed at all, and that she's happy to see that he's in one piece. But she also, contrary to what I said earlier, seems to have the idea that he doesn't remember her. And kind of starts seeing what the slight guilt trip. The type of shit you'd probably see in a Monogatari episode. And you can respond with silence, which is either a I don't remember, I don't remember, I don't remember, or just kind of being upset in silence before, or just confusion. There's a ton of ways to read it. But also, the encounter proceeds to go as normal, and she'll fill you in on the parts that she feels are mostly necessary, and that will also unlock her diary upstairs. At least I'm pretty sure it's unlocked after that. I've tried interacting with it before this point, doesn't really do much. Get a small exposition dump about what she knows from it, and brings up her part of what she's supposed to be doing in the game. Before basically directing Link to do something for her so that she can actually help him. Sure, it's an errand, sure, it's a chore, but she also really doesn't want to, like, leave to go check the place out. If she leaves, the other village kids see her, start asking a bunch of questions, and that's gonna be something who has to explain that. If Simon leaves, well, the kids might run up there to go see about it, all that fun stuff. Yada yada yada. And she'll also inform you why she's having to do this in the first place. It's, again, pretty simple. Now, back to the, well, save file from before I actually interacted. It's pretty easy to, like, see how this could go. Obviously, there's only one way that Link would know how to do this. He has to remember, right? So, from the get-go, Purah's thrown off. Her machine just turned on, and she's thrown into a loop. She's immediately excited, more so than usual, and kind of starts, going off. Introduces herself immediately without having to give you the runaround. And what she's doing now. It's a type of intro to the character you would kind of expect if you had already played through the game and you already knew what to do. I think if the game gave, like, a more, I don't know the word to be, maybe precedence to, like, alternative routes, it'd be a lot better. Because this kind of hits a depressing note on on the fact that Link still remembers what to do, but he doesn't remember the people that he does know. It's something kind of outside of player control, something he would only know because he's interacted with before, but also the player can just kind of do that and do anything. The player might accidentally bring this up here on their, like, first playthrough, just trying to light little torches and making their way up the hill. But additionally, the player might have already played the game before and not want to have to, like, run up here and also make the trip back down. It's both things to indicate that they've done this before, or one at least indicates that they've done this before, while the other is still, like, that kind of vague sense of kind of did it whatever. But either way, it's still something that Link would have known about that he had to do in the past. Both things that kind of indicate that, well, he's done this before. It's nice, and it allows for a little bit of storytelling. But at the same time, because there are only a few places in which this actually works, it's extremely limited in how you get around to it. For example, if you go to Zora's Domain, and you just kind of come in from Akala, well, you can still talk to Sidon at the throne room and all that fun stuff, but his response will be not the one you'd get from it if you met him at the bottom of Zora's Domain and worked your way up with him. He's still happy to see you, but also you miss out on that entire segment that you would have gotten if you had just, gone the normal way. At the same time, I think it might be possible to do this with Unobo, but otherwise, I don't think this is something that happens another time. I'm pretty sure you can't go into the Yiga clan base and get back to Thunderhelm to bring it to... Holy shit. How am I forgetting your name? Riju. I almost said Rivali, and that definitely wasn't right. But you can't bring the Thunderhelm to Riju and, you know, give that to her to immediately kick off the quest. You can't, like, run into Teba's house and, well, not Teba's house, but, like, his training area and immediately go, hey, we're doing this, and all that fun stuff. You're given very limited ways on interacting with them, and I think it'd be a lot better if there were other things that you could have to do to get around these things, if there were more extended segments. I think the Gerudo segment is the perfect length, just like the Zora segment, and kind of sort of the Goron segment, but at the same time, like, everything having to do with the Rito seems kind of like a cut corner. It's a bit sad, all things considered. Again, I don't really think it's a bad thing that there isn't, but it definitely would have given more reason to potentially have a replay of the game, to be able to tell the different things that you can do. It's like how NPCs will give different reactions if you have the Master Sword or not. Or rather, plot important ones will. If you don't have the Master Sword, and you finish up the area, or the Divine Beast of each area, and you talk to usually the hit honcho up there, they will bring up the fact that you're missing the Sword of Evil's Bane, the legendary sword that seals the darkness, or the sword the champion used to carry. All that fun stuff. If you have that, they know that you're back and, like, it's good that you're back. All that fun stuff. I just think that if the game took more time to do things like this and actually, like, bring up the fact that you can kind of do things in any order, it'd be really good. Which is why, again, I think that I think if you get the Master Sword, the Divine Beast should be at full power. Not the Divine Beast itself, but the Blight Ganon should be at max strength. You've got a 60 damage weapon, and I think they should treat it as such. You clearly probably knew what you were doing beforehand, but you've got an incredibly strong weapon that is not going to break during the battle, and is plot important. That should be enough criteria for them to give you, like, the hardest version of each fight possible. To let you know that, yeah, they are fully recognizing you as a threat. They already were, like, there to kill you, but now they aren't, like, just trying to kill you, they are fighting to survive. There is a different kind of desperation in that. I think that'd be a lot cooler, and that's why I'd like to see the Divine Beast, or at least things like the Divine Beast, be changed in the future. Especially if this is what we're going to keep doing for them. Well, for the time being. With all that said, I think it's time we get into probably one of the last segments for the videos. And now that we've gotten to the part where we can start actually looking for the memories the game asks you to look for, it's part of where my disappointment is going to start stemming from. Like, a genuine disappointment. Let's say there aren't things I'm disappointed with, or that the game is something I'm not happy with to begin with, but the memories just leave... It's such a shame they have, like, such strong possibility for them, but are handled in such a way that it just kind of seems wild. And not in a good way. Impa pretty much tells you to go look for the spots that are in the Shiga Slate. You show her the pictures, it takes you to the one in front of Hyrule Castle, and that's where the game would like you to start at. The fact that Impa doesn't really bring that up, or the danger associated with going to the location, is kind of a big shocker for me, all things considered. Because, I mean, think about it. Impa, as someone who cares about Link and cares about Zelda, is saying that Link pulled up the first picture there should let him know that, even though he very clearly has eyes, that Hyrule Castle is a place wrought with danger. It is extremely dangerous and extremely hazardous and being controlled by guardians. The game wants you to go there first. It gives you a good idea of the danger that you're about to get yourself into and how much of a threat these guardians are if you haven't already had a formal encounter with them. I think this game would do really well if it had forced encounters and battles like it was kind of assumed it was going to have in the first place, and kind of like how Tears of the Kingdom does when it comes to, well, progressing the story. Like, for example, not to start talking about Tears of the Kingdom, but whatever you are doing everything that gets you up to the Wind Temple, you know, find the goblins up there with Tolan. That being a forced encounter is really good. It locks you in a small arena, and your objective is simply to smash bros the goblins up there. Take them out and be done with it. Plain and simple, but it gets the point across. If this memory, or what at least led up to it, was at least initially kind of like a situation where, yeah, there are guardians around, but they aren't really not functioning, but they seem kind of defunct for the moment. And then, upon grabbing the memory, Link came out of his state of, like, delirium to one aiming at him, and you had a forced encounter against one that was, like, weaker, had reduced HP or something like that, to at least let you know what you'd be up against. That way the player could see, oh hey, yeah, these things are dangerous, I don't want to get hit by them. I think that'd be really good. You already kind of have that encounter with the ones up on the shrine surrounding the bomb rune, but it just kind of being like assumed that this shouldn't be a story important moment or something like that just kind of feels wrong to me. Even more, something I really don't like about the memories in general is the fact that they focus on such small periods of time for how important they are. If Link went to the spot where he could regain his memories, and you instead got to play a small segment before the cutscene, I think that'd be really good. Just getting to explore either the area outside of Hyrule Castle, approaching that point, or leaving central, leaving leaving Hyrule Castle Talmon's Market and hitting up there for the ceremony alongside Zelda, or without her, because, well, you're not exactly tagging around with her yet, would be incredibly nice. You get to run around, you get to see that if you talk to NPCs, Link didn't really have many dialogue options for them. They all recognize him as the hero, but having it be like classic Zelda where bro just has nothing to say to them or gives like the most baseline chivalrous line would be incredibly nice. It would make it feel like he was either really into his duty, really took it seriously, or like he couldn't really express himself. I would say in that situation, make it a point for him not to have any like of his usual emotion. Like, yeah, he gets happy when he cooks. He emotes in front of NPCs talking to him. If he has a reaction, what they're saying, all that fun stuff. Having him very solemnly like stand there would be a good indicator that, well, something's bothering him. He's simply living up to his, reputation as a knight, but at the same time, he's not who he would enjoy being to some extent. He's, as far as the kingdom is concerned, a tool for taking out Ganon. Sure, he might have that small selection of people who care about him, but again, far more of the focus from the general populace on him is the fact that he is going to be their savior. If he is not able to live up to that standard, people are going to die. And not to say that he doesn't, but he kind of isn't able to. He's protecting Zelda. He isn't able to save everyone else. The one thing he's able to do right kind of leads to him dying in the end. Sure, he's reborn, and sure he gets, the girl on the end of it, and everyone's, like, fine and happy and stuff like that. But I think those moments of, like, introspection and character growth should be something that's actually, like, featured in the story. It'd be really nice. But, we don't really get that at all. Like, I don't think it'd be very hard to create at least the Miis, and as far as having a restored version of Hyrule Castle Town Market, if it was featured in at least a few of the memories, that would give it more purpose, give the player an idea of what exactly was lost during this tragedy. We never personally get to see how everything looked beforehand. we only get to see the aftermath of it. So the amount of tragedy is lost on us. Like, if in Ocarina of Time you already started as Adult Link, and you were just running into Hyrule Castletown Market, well, it just looks like that. Sure, whatever Ganon's doing is bad, but having run through that town, like, at least 3 times during the game itself, you at least have an idea of how bright sure it was, how noisy it was, all that fun stuff. So when you step out of the Temple of Time, and you see it is in complete and total fucking disarray, and there are redeads everywhere, it is jarring, it is shocking. And this game never really gets to have that, because, well, we never get to see Hyrule how it used to be. We get to see the aftermath of everything that happened, and in Tears of the Kingdom, we see that things are being built back up, but at the same time, we never really get to see what was lost or really experience it. And having that connection to both the characters in the game and the world of the game is kind of important when you're trying to tell a deep story. If you can't connect the characters or really see how that affects them, well, you're less likely to care about it. Like, to bring in a game that's mostly unrelated, just look at Kingdom Hearts, for example. The story, as far as a lot of people are concerned, might be, like, overly complicated or whatever the fuck, but seeing those characters that they've more than likely grown up with and experienced a lot with, shedding genuine tears and stuff like that, as far as genuine tears can go for, like, in-game characters and being upset about things and having those emotions towards each other, probably hits them with a lot of powerful moments. Or, you know, just look at anime that people can relate to the main character with in general. It's a simple thing. Like, yes, we as players have an idea of Hyrule, but it's so fragmented between everyone who is playing these games and the fact that Hyrule is so different in every single game, and how in some games we never really even get to see what Hyrule was like in the first place, like Wind Waker, that aside from like what we have to base it off of, we don't have any idea what the characters who actually lived there actually got to deal with. And that's, again, incredibly disappointing. Like, again, I don't think every Zelda game needs a musical instrument, it's nice to have. But Cass being in this game and not really playing much of a role, like, sure, Champion's Blood, he comes in, like, he comes in there and pretty much, like, explains everything that you'll be needing to do, but effectively just being relevant because of the DLC for such a unique design is disappointing. Especially with the fact that he seems to have so much, like, traditional song-related knowledge of what did happen, whenever the only people who seem to know what actually happened or, like, of the prophecy tend to be either the Sheikah or people who were directly there. It's, I guess, also the royal family. It's just a bit shocking. Like, the king will tell you about what happened, Impa and Purah will tell you about what happened, and this is another person who will tell you about what happened, in his own way, through playing song. People, at least people that I knew, weren't really happy with the way the harp controlled in, holy shit, Skyward Sword, but I think something like an accordion, especially with the ZL, and I'm actually not sure what those buttons are called on the interior of the Switch, but especially with those buttons, I feel would make it for a neat little experience if you were to get something from finishing all your interactions with him. Just something to play or to make music on. The motion controls are already definitely there, so being able to actually make use of that would be neat, even if it's for a really small thing. As far as for on a normal controller, it could just be based on, like, how far in you're pushing on the triggers. They all have that, like, haptic synth stuff now. I'm pretty sure that's the wrong thing, but they've usually all got that at this point. The game's fine, but it just kind of leaves that void there once you've gone through it a few times. And believe you me, I've gone through this game enough times. Or at least the opening segments. Truth be told, I've only collected the Korok seeds once. And once I saw what it did, I was like, okay, that's fine. Because it really isn't held up as anything important in the game. At the same time, though, the people who look at the Korok seeds and don't realize that the reward you're getting from collecting them is the inventory space, it genuinely fucking baffled me. There are so many Koroks in the game because the game wants you to be able to explore wherever you want and still get enough stuff to complete the game. It's like the shrines, you only have to complete 40 of them. Or 36 if you're not counting the ones on the plateau. So, do at least 36 shrines, dedicate those all to heart containers. Bada bing, bada boom, you've got it. When it comes to Korok seeds, there are 900 of them. It is a big map. Regardless of what route you take, you're probably going to run into some and at least get some inventory expansion. It's not that deep. So, whenever I see people compare, again, rewards for things that are tied to the story to things that are not tied to the story in any way, like the Korok seeds, there's nothing plot significant about them. They are literally just supposed to go in Hestu's maracas. That's it. So with that said, comparing, like, getting... it'd be like if in Ocarina of Time, the gold skull... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, let's say that. In Ocarina of Time, getting gold skulltulas does fucking nothing. You get the giant wallet for it, but, like, at the end of the day, it's so easy to fill your inventory up that money literally serves no purpose in the game. Like, yeah, there are a few things you can buy, but believe me, like, you can also just run out in the grass and spend like 3 minutes doing spin attacks, but much less than 3 minutes actually, and bada bing bada boom, you've got a full inventory. You're just running through Hyrule Field, through Kakariko, and maybe even going up Death Mountain, because you only have like a few items that have inventory uses in the first place, like limited inventory uses, like arrows and bombs, you're never really going to be hurting for supplies. So something like inventory expansion from them wouldn't have done anything. The way you get inventory expansion over time is usually relegated to mini-games or completing other things in the game. So while you can get like bigger bomb bags and bigger quivers, you still have to do what are basically like small things to get them. And you don't even need those. They're more like completion rewards or like bragging rights rewards because unless your aim fucking sucks, the game doesn't stop giving you arrows, bombs, or whatever the fuck you need whenever you need it. Sure, there are stores, but like, because you can just resupply in the field whenever you want, it's never like it's pushing you to get those things because you have limited ammo and you need to like carefully think about how you're collecting stuff so you never run out while you're in a desperate situation for them. That's a very rare circumstance for something like that to ever happen. Like, if you're fighting Bongo Bongo, well, you still got ways to damage him. You still got ways to damage his hands. It's simple. Just attack. And I'm pretty sure his hands will also drop, like, arrows and stuff like that too if you run completely out. But even then, if you have been collecting things, you've probably got Fairy's Wind, which will allow you to just head back to the beginning, or come back there. There's never really a point at which those things are necessary. This game giving you unlimited inventory space as far as, like, arrows, infinite bombs, and, well, that's really it for as far as, like, a usable items goes. And then just saying, alright, you can only carry this many swords and shields. It very much feels like a small thing. Like, since my original playthrough, there has never been a point at which I've been playing this game and I've gone, oh, all my weapons are, like, about to break, because I use the weapon until it breaks. I keep track of my weapons. If I've been using a spear, I know how many hits I probably got left with that spear, or a rough idea of what I should use it on. So I use it for those specific scenarios. That's the entire reason I've got this gameplay going in the background, to give you an example of how I play the game whenever I and at least paying like a quarter amount of attention. I'm not like entirely focused on it because I'm trying to display things. But when it comes to like using things like the Korok leaf, frond, I don't fucking know. It just kind of comes down to making use of what I have in a smart way. Like, it's simple. Even as far as getting targeted by a guardian goes here. The thing about guardians is you can crouch. If you're in grass and they don't see you immediately and can't actually like chase you, it's extremely easy to get away from them. which is going to be demonstrated. So, thanks to this, I've never really felt the need to go, yeah, I need like 800 ancient arrows, so I'm going to do nothing but grind guardians. If I can take on a guardian, like, why do I need to get ancient arrows in the first place? It doesn't really serve a purpose. It lets me, yeah, like, maybe one tap a few enemies, but like, odds are I could probably already take them. It's not that important to me. Like, why am I gonna stress about that at all? It doesn't really make sense to me. So, like I was saying, if you shoot a guardian in the eye and you start crouching in the tall grass, it loses track of you. It doesn't know where you're going despite having a higher vantage point. The game never really tells you about this, but it's an incredibly useful thing to have. Something I would like to state is, I was playing this without audio because I'm playing through my streaming setup, and it doesn't play the audio back to me, so I didn't even know this guardian was running up on me. That said, the only reason that happened is because I literally couldn't hear the enemies. I am playing Deaf Link right now, and that's the way it's probably going to be for the rest of this because I don't feel like running it through a secondary TV screen or getting a second monitor just so I can, like, monitor the sound levels. It's not super important to me. If I die to something like that, it's just how it goes, so I keep on moving. But I at least hope my point about, like, rewards and what the game could feasibly give you due to the fact that, well, as far as inventory space goes, it's unlimited. There isn't much the game can give you, and I think that's a bit of a problem that it should have never tried to solve. Like, the moment you pick up an arrow, Link has a quiver from that point. Occasionally, you might notice that if you don't have any arrows, the quiver is empty, so long as you have a bow on you. If you have a few arrows, the quiver will display that to you. With that information, I think they should have made, like, the quivers an actual thing that you could get. Base quiver, hey, maybe you, like, after you get the bow, you just kind of make that yourself. Maybe all it takes is taking out a boar. Maybe the old man gives it to you. All that fun stuff. Or, like, hunting. It'd be super simple. Make it hold, like, 10 or 15 arrows. You can get arrows from enemies that shoot at you, so you shouldn't be worried about that much. But also, at that point, it makes sure that you should know that each of your shots should be counting for something. Not just a form of attacking, but a way of initiating combat if the enemy doesn't know you're there yet. It should be used sparingly. You can't overload yourself with needing like fucking 800 arrows, but at the same time, the first time you visit somewhere that might have like that might commonly be in use by travelers, like a stable or something like that, I think they should have a quiver upgrade for you, or another quiver that you can buy. Bada bing, bada boom. Now you can sit there and go, okay, maybe I can hold like 45 arrows now. It makes a bit more sense for you to use them in a much more aggressive way, because now you can afford to. And maybe for doing some stuff over with Larito, because they're primarily archers, bada bing, bada boom. You have the homeboy who can cook you up another version of Vivaldi's Great Bow, cook you up a quiver to match. It's pretty simple. It's just whenever the game gives you so much inventory space that you can't feasibly do everything with it. Like, in the base game, I don't think there's enough armor sets for you to fill up your, at least not relying on Amiibo anyways, to completely fill up your armor inventory. I don't think you'll actually be able to run out of space with it. If you collect all the Amiibo stuff, though, you definitely will. And people are unhappy about that, but at the same time, like, why? I get some people want literally everything, but there's no genuine benefit to having everything in this game. I doubt anyone's legitimately going through and upgrading every single piece of it because, well, sure, there's a point of enjoying the game, and then there's a point of, well, toiling away at senseless monotony. At the exact same time, I wish I had the post. As someone who's done that, was upset that, well, they didn't really get a reward for Korok seeds. Enemies come naturally in this game, so it's incredibly easy to have what you need on hand to upgrade your gear whenever that becomes available to you. At the same time, though, having the patience to sit there and repeatedly watch the cutscene for upgrading your gear and upgrading every single piece of gear, especially when it comes to things like the star drops, it really kind of feels silly, dumb, stupid. Because, well, again, you can get through the game just fine with the base amount of inventory. They make sure of that. The same for, like, your base defense. But if you're going to be angry at the game for you making the active choice to click 900 or something that isn't really plot relevant, and then being rewarded with just a sticker that says, yeah, you did it, bud. Great job. I don't know. Sorry, I had to yawn there. It just kind of feels like that doesn't make sense to me. Your armor stops getting anything that's actually going to, like, be wholly beneficial to you once you hit, like, level 2. If you're wearing the full set, sure, you get, like, the set bonus, but, like, you also lose the ability to just, like, dress and mix and match however you want. But hey, you get a neat set bonus that helps you out. So it's there for the people who might want to do that. At the exact same time, though, I really enjoy playing the game with lower defense because, well, it forces me to get better at the game than I was. Having high defense and knowing where, like, all the fairy fountains are pretty much makes it easy to always stay either ahead of how much damage the enemies can dish out, or just completely gap it to the point where, like, on top of being able to heal whenever you want, and on top of having, like, way more armor than you actually need, it just kind of eliminates, like, the point of combat. Because at that point, well, enemies aren't really going to be hurting you anymore, outside of, like, boss encounters or guardians, or golden enemies, which we're not playing master mode right now, so we're not going to see in the first place. It's just like you're going to get hit by something, barely suffer any damage for it, and, well, sure, you're going to see, like, definite growth, but if I was getting the shit beaten out of me by enemies at the beginning of the game, and then by the end of it, I still had the same level of defense, but they couldn't touch me anymore, I would feel way better. But people are going to have different power fantasies and all that fun stuff, so it's not really worth getting into, like, semantics about. My main point is, how do you feel fulfilled doing something that effectively has no purpose in one case, but, like, the thing that rewards you every time you do it, and then just kind of stops entirely after a while? How do you feel betrayed because of that? Like, there's enough stuff that these people probably looked up in the process of getting this. If someone was playing the game constantly enough to legitimately find, like, every piece of, like, star drop that they needed, or, like, star fragment, I don't know why I was calling it star drop, then sure, power to you, but, like, when it comes to the amiibo, I very much seriously doubt you sat there and, like, it didn't constantly change your system's time and date so you could try again and again and again and again until you got the armor pieces that you wanted. I very much doubt that. Like, those amiibo cards are cheap. So if you are having multiple sets of those, you're already bypassing the need to have, like, the actual physical amiibo in the first place. So, like, at that point, why not just look up what the reward for, like, all the Korok seeds is? You don't want to be spoiled, but you're willing to start. This is more of a critique of people at this point, so I'm not really going to go much further with it. But why would you be willing? Why would you be so, like, averse to spoilers, but, like, make direct use of exploits to make the game experience better? If you're worried about spoilers, look up exactly what you get for it. You're already checking, like, what you need to do to get, like, the best drops every single time, and probably, like, the locations where you can find everything. So you're spoiling yourself on where those locations are. Why not just ask if the Korok side quest is, like, even worth it? At least then you're saving yourself from, like, being upset at the game because you decided to spend so much time on something pointless. Again, critique of people, not the game. But back to the memories point, being able to play a segment around Hyrule Castle, either before you guys head over here, or just get to like run around and interact with the champions before then, and then getting this cutscene once you go up to this point would feel way more impactful than just stepping here, getting this, and not really like having any idea of what Zelda and Link's relationship was. Sure, this might make people go, oh, I want to find out more, but with playable segments, I bet players would also be going, oh, I want to do more of these. Like, think about it. The entire thing that happens up on Death Mountain where, like, Link is taking out multiple Lynels, bokoblins, and all that fun stuff, like, solo, I feel like the rest of what I've already suggested, like Link having an actual lengthened moveset, would all go hand in hand there. You get to use Link at full power, like, and just rip away at enemies, and then the game just sends you back to where you were. You're wanting to figure out how to get those powers for yourself. You're wanting to go through those memories to get back what you had already lost from it. I just think that'd be a way smoother experience, all in all. Like, think about it, right? If you were pretty early in the game, so you really hadn't had that much time to, like, acquire anything, and then you came across that, and suddenly you can use a bunch of different abilities that you have no real idea about, but also you've got, like, full hearts and full stamina, and you're getting to use your protagonist at, like, maximum power, it's gonna feel pretty good. You're going to get to see what you'll be like once you actually get further in the game. It's going to inspire you to want to play more and be able to use these abilities whenever you're free to. Like, people love super mechanics in games. At least people from my time did. Like, turning Dark Jack and Jack 2, completely different game, but, like, it felt cool to just be able to, like, demolish everything for a short period of time. If the game gave you, like, a max power version of Dark Jack to use, and then, like, let you see what the fuck was capable of that, and then, you know, you get to do that at one point, it would definitely feel good. It's part of what I really like about Bayonetta. It gives you a lot of moves to use at the beginning, but throughout the game, you're just mostly learning how to use those moves and, like, how they interact with one another. Big ass combo list. And it's all in the player's hands. At the same time, something like this doesn't really work here. You could give Link watered down versions of his moves that he can use, like, on select occasions so players have, like, some idea of what they can do. But I think putting a wet noodle in their hands and then promising them a dry piece of spaghetti later doesn't really do much for the situation. Like, sure, if Link's Flurry Rush to start was him dodging and then landing a single good hit on the enemy and dealing, like, maybe 3 times damage, people would still think Flurry Rush is cool, but I almost guarantee you, whenever, like, you got actual Flurry Rush in the game and were able to just completely shred an enemy upon dodging it, it would feel way cooler. People who saw you do that, not knowing that that was something you could do, or an ability that you could get, would definitely be more than intrigued. And again, that'd be really good. Also, I want to take a second to talk about this game's fucking camera angles. This shit is so beautiful. I love it. I'm not really a graphics person, but just being able to take angles like this is really cool to me. It's got a super cinematic camera, and also, that happened. Oh well, though. Whenever this game was still, like, being teased heavily, if you look at the E3 trailer for this game, whenever it was happening, and you take a look at that, it's such a sharp contrast. Like, obviously, Hyrule looked more populated and put together in that, and there were even areas that we definitely didn't get to see in the full game. But I think having at least be at this point, like, again, if Link had a horse at this point, because, well, you did what you were supposed to at Hateno Village, it'd make the fight easier because you chose to interact with things the game was showing to you. You learned how to ride a horse, so maybe you rode a horse here. So now that you have a guardian chasing you and trying to fight you, you've got more things to do with it. I think the guardians only being able to fire eye lasers is a huge fucking disappointment because, well, even in Age of Calamity, they can swipe at you with their hands. So I think showing that the player had ways to defeat these things or at least subdue them would have been really nice. Like, for example, if whenever Impa was sending you out there, she maybe told you, hey, maybe you should like ask Purah about something about the Guardians. It's been a long time since I've seen them, and I was never really one for interacting with them, but that type of thing was right up her alley. Maybe Purah could say, yeah, even back in the day they had weaker leg structures. Maybe if you run into one, take advantage of that to get away from it. So at that point, because she's already told you to bring back some Guardian parts to her, maybe it goes like this. You fight the Guardian either on horseback or on foot, the main objective being to take out its legs. After doing this, it is rendered mostly inoperable and can only really fire lasers at you. At this point, it becomes a test of your ability to shoot it in the eye to subdue it for a time, and your ability to deal enough damage to it. So, whether or not you actually defeat it, as long as you destroy the legs, you come back with some Guardian parts. If, for some reason, I think a guaranteed core drop would be nice, along with the ability that, maybe after this, Purah gives you something like a new rune. Something she'd been cooking up to help you out. Maybe it's a small instant shield. A small barrier that comes out specifically to redirect an attack that has a longer cooldown. It only really works on high-tech attacks, though, so it's not a Daruk's protection, and it's not omnidirectional. Link needs to be able to take out his slate to use it. So, in a case like that, I think having a barrier rune or something to at least defend you from their attacks, especially in the case of you getting chased, would have been nice, especially after the destruction they caused all around Hyrule, since I'm sure Purah has a very good idea of that. So, with her knowledge about, developing things as far as Shiga abilities goes, her already, and not just her, but also Master Koga, having made a barrier type ability, I feel like it is completely within reason for it to be a sort of I need to defend myself quick type ability. Because when a Guardian runs up on you, there's really nothing you can do about it if you haven't shot in the eye yet. You're just kind of stuck after that. You can try to shoot in the eye, you can maybe put your shield up to deflect the blow, but you are still in a extremely bad situation with very little actual way to get out of it. If you shoot in the eye or you don't have arrows available, there's, again, not a lot or really anything you can do. You're just kind of screwed over. And that's fine, but it makes it seem like an instant loss condition when in reality I think there should be a few mechanics to at least help you get away. I understand destroying its legs is one thing, but sometimes Guardians will straight up back away from you, and that also puts you at death's door because you are running up to the thing that is going to one-shot you. Parrying it is a parrying it is a last-minute type of thing because, well, it will deflect the blast back at it. The shield ability, I think, should shatter upon defending it. It shouldn't reflect the beam. It's not that good. But I think it should work as a way to rather shield yourself from it. It won't fly straight back at the enemy, it'll just nullify the blast right then and there, but the Guardian will still be pissed and still running after you. Like how in Metroid Dread, if you get caught by an enemy, you've got that last second to defend yourself. A situation like that is definitely exactly what the Guardians are now. But the thing is, whenever your save points can be, like, very far in between, with the enemy, you just kind of start back at the beginning of the area. There's not a lot of stress to it. You can just have that happen multiple times in quick succession, and all it really affects is your playtime at the end of the game. But here, it's possible to lose, like, maybe 10 or 5 minutes of direct gameplay and things you've already picked up because, well, Guardian got lucky. Or you get unlucky, depending on how you see it. It doesn't really suck, but it's kind of a... It's the kind of blow that doesn't really have anything to soften it. And I don't think this would particularly be a bad thing about Guardians if it wasn't for the fact that their laser is the only attack they have. They don't have, like, mini shots that will deal a decent amount of damage, but, like, not too much. They don't have any leg swipes that could eventually just, like, batter you around, stop you from, like, running past or anything. It's just the 13 damage death laser. I mean, 13 heart death laser. basically, I think if they were going to have enemies like that, they should have had, like, more unique tiered enemies. Things that definitely were one of a kind, similar to the Guardians, in that they only really have two conditions, being Decayed and, well, a normal Guardian. This isn't counting the ones that's like Skywatchers or the turrets, but having what are effectively like large versions of dangerous enemies for each area would have been something I considered nice. There aren't too many open water areas, but having something like Georg out there, which is primarily a water-based enemy, would have been nice. It would have been something you definitely have to watch out for if you're anywhere near, like, deep water where, well, traverse was just kind of dangerous. At the same time, though, it would have created an odd feeling because, well, unless there was some kind of benefit to being in water in the first place, it just would have kind of been overkill. Because as it stands, being in water is the worst place you can be in the game. I've already brought this up before. There's just nothing you can really do to defend yourself or get away from the situation to begin with. Safe to say, never go near, water if there's an enemy in it. It just won't end well. With all that said, I think all the base mechanics that they show off or introduce you to during this section of the game are completely fine. I definitely think they could have done them better and actually, like, made the individual events actually more impactful, but for what they did, it's serviceable. It's not like Twilight Princess having you use every attack like once and then sending you on your way, but at the same time, it's a bit worse than that because, well, you just learn how to defend yourself. Which isn't bad per se, but whenever your character doesn't, like, grow at all, it just kind of ends up feeling like, well, you never really make any progress. Link doesn't learn any new moves that are, like, him specific. The new abilities you get are all a result of, well, clearing the Divine Beast and freeing the champions. And that's basically it. Which, again, there's nothing specifically wrong with that, but the entire matter being that, A, that's the only time you ever get something new for yourself, meaning you get 4, or what are effectively 4 items in the game, which would again be the Rockscape. Holy shit, I must have said Din's Protection, but Nehru's Love. Oh my goodness. The Quake Medallion, and... Holy crap, Brain, come on. A Fairy that recharges. Those are your 4 dungeon items in this game. The Zora Armor also functions as a sort of... functions as a sort of, TM. It's not HM. Not TM. HM. It functions like Waterfall. It lets you climb waterfalls, but it doesn't really let you move around water with actual speed the same way it does up waterfalls. It's kind of disappointing they didn't have more individualized items for things that would have, like, more individualized uses. You don't really use much durability. I'm not really sure on how it works, but you don't use the same level of durability using an item for what it's supposed to be used for. Something like a drill shaft will immediately one-shot, well, a drill shaft will immediately one-shot things like mineral deposits, and that's nice. It gives you a reason to want to keep one in your inventory. I think things like that are good in the game. But I also think things like that, while they shouldn't really have their own, like, specific equipment slot, should be a bit more easy to obtain. It's useful once the player has it, and it might actually encourage someone like me to get my own inventory space. Because I like having those one-off items. Things like the Korok Frond or Leaf, they're mainstays. Same for things like torches. They don't serve a lot of combat purpose, but they do take up 2 item slots every time, leaving me with a whopping 5 slots for weapons usually. And that's alright, because I know how to use the tools I'm provided with in a neat way. At the exact same time, though, whenever you are given these items that have these really specific uses, and, well, there aren't really too many cases in which you feel like you should use them, like, yeah, torches are fine, but, well, where are you really going to use a torch? There's nowhere nearly as dark as the High Flow Ruins, and they're useful for, like, keeping warm and setting things on fire, but at the exact same time, you usually have other tools at your disposal for that, which kind of ends up making them feel obsolete by the time, well, you get even one magic weapon. Especially if it's like a flame sword or something, because not only does it serve the same purpose as a torch, it doesn't need lit. You can just swing it and immediately light anything on fire without really using the durability of it. It's like a magical lighter shaped like a sword. And I do want to say that's fine, but at the exact same time, it just kind of creates this weird state of, well, once I have this, why would I keep that? And I don't like that because these things feel two entirely different niches. Sure, having a flame enchanted sword is extremely useful if you are trying to swap equipment as little as possible, since you can use that to stave off the cold. At the exact same time, it kind of takes away from, like, the creative feeling of using a torch, and if you need to climb somewhere, throwing the torch up on that ledge. It's not something that happens super often, and I think Link immediately putting away certain items whenever, well, certain context comes up is kind of a weak point. If you could sprint with something like a torch out, even if at like a slower pace, I think that'd be nice. It wouldn't serve too much of a purpose, but it would allow you to mistakenly tap the B button without immediately extinguishing a source of warmth. I really like how Tears of the Kingdom did the underground. Mostly because of the fact that, well, it gives things like that use, but at the exact same time, you're probably just going to be using the bright bulbs and all that fun stuff. I can't actually remember what they're called at the moment. I like it whenever items fit their own niches and they do their own things. In Twilight Princess, the slingshot, well, is completely overshadowed by the bow. It has longer reach and it actually kills things. So, once you get the bow, there's no real reason to keep the slingshot. It was kind of like an introductory to the item. And that's a little sad. I would have liked it if at some point in the game you could just, like, hand it off to one of the village kids. It would have been nice, and it's a small reminder of their home. At the exact same time, though, the game just kind of overloads you on things that, well, they have extremely strong item identities. There's no real point in keeping them all. And that's not fine as far as I'm concerned, because, well, you just end up with bloat. However, for as many specific scenarios this game has where lots of different things can be useful, it's kind of sad that, well, there isn't any bloat. Like, at all. You can try to keep things as specific and traditional as possible by making specific use of specific items if you want to, like, make your game's progression a bit more similar to Natural Zelda, like restricting yourself to a limited amount of items, and that's all fine, but I'm pretty sure regular paths at this, you should need to do a challenge run to start enjoying a game. Especially if it's, like, self-imposed or something. I think it's entirely fine to play a game like that, but at the same time, the core experience should be, like, good enough that you don't feel the need to do that. At the same time, though, with the fact that you have so many ways to heal, and that, like, the game never absolutely tells you to heal up in certain situations in a way you wouldn't like, aside from if you're getting your ass beat by in a Divine Beast, it's just kind of a weird spot, because, well, if you only want to heal at staples and bids, go ahead. If you want to heal wherever you want, go ahead. If you prefer to, like, eat full meals and keep those on hand, go ahead. The game lets you handle it however you want, and I really like it for that. But at the exact same time, there are also games that openly have, well, openly give you the ability to kind of craft the experience to your own without, like, having to constantly self-tend. And I think a New Game Plus feature would be perfect for that. And it would allow people to have a more to their liking experience without having to, like, put too much effort into paying attention to a bunch of arbitrary rules they're setting up for themselves. Having a system that is so customizable to your liking is both a blessing and a curse because, well, there's no way to agree on what the definitive experience is meant to be. The way someone plays a game can completely change their perception of it. If someone is absolutely hoarding every single food and upgrading their stuff to the max, of course they aren't going to have any difficulty with the game, but at the exact same time, they might not get the amount of fun that they would have if the game was as difficult as it was when it started. Restrictions and limitations are a blessing and a curse. If you restrict the player's ability to heal, they have to think more strategically about when they heal. If, say, Link had a hunger meter, and it was depicted by 5 blips, 5 blips for every ingredient you add to a food. So if you make a food with 2 ingredients, that takes up 2 immediately. So you can eat 5 raw apples to recover that much health before Link is very much on the side of, I don't particularly feel like eating anything, and maybe you get half value from, the healing items, which would make some completely ineffective. I think that'd be a fine system, because, well, to decrease those blips, you have to actively burn through your stamina, you have to run around. Occasionally, getting hit might also do it, all that fun stuff. But it has to be something that is going to wear you out, and the best case of doing that is exploring, looking around, and being active in the world. If you're in the middle of a fight and you decide, I'm gonna eat stuff, well, maybe you can only do that once per fight because you aren't going to expend enough stamina during that fight to burn through a larger chunk of your hunger meter. I think adding a survival mechanic to the point of you needing to eat would be extremely bad because, well, not everyone wants to focus on that when they're trying to explore a new world. And I think the game does a great job of not really locking you into that. At the exact same time, I'd be really happy if the game did it like Age of Calamity. You can cook a meal, and you get like 3 watered down versions of it. You cook the meal, Link eats it then and there, you get the immediate effects of it on the spot. Alright, after that, you've got the leftovers from it. These leftovers will heal 1/3 of the amount, and you can use them a total of 3 times. That means you've got 3 healing items that you can use whenever you want if you're in a bad spot. I think this situation would be pretty good too. Sure, it might create a little weird phase of having to think too carefully about what you're packing in all the time, or having to get rid of your leftovers all the time just to like make room for something else. But I think it'd be a much healthier system than just allowing the player to gobble down whatever they want. And regardless of how the player wants to play it, I think that should kind of be up in the air for them. If there were options to choose on how they wanted to do this stuff, I think it'd be nice, but at the exact same time, presenting a player with so many options when they haven't played the game yet and thus wouldn't have an idea of like what they might enjoy from it is extremely flawed. I'm not saying that difficulty options are flawed, but I'm saying like for a game like this to only present you with like so many choices, but you have like so much creative freedom, if you've played DMC3 Special Edition, especially the holy shit Nintendo Switch release, having to choose between gold and yellow orb cells might not mean anything to you if you've never seen that shit before. If you've gotten to the point where you're asked whether you want freestyle or like the classic style, you also might not know what that means. You are setting yourself up with limitations that you don't know exist yet. So having those options to function as a sign of difficulty thing that you can choose at any point in the game would be nice. Maybe you're feeling this one time and, you're alright with that. Maybe you've gone through a battle so many times and you are very much at a point of saying, fuck this noise, I just want to be done with it. I think it should be open for the player to choose. Set some restrictions for yourself so you can really make the game feel like it's alive to you. Really craft the experience in your own taste. All in all, I think this section of the game is fine. There's a lot I would change about it, but at the exact same time, it's serviceable. But it could be better than that. And, well, the sequel, I think, did a much better job of this stuff. The thing is, well, there are things that it did worse too, but we'll get to that when we get to that. However, I think the addition of bloom damage was beautiful. I love that. At the exact same time, though, this is going to be the end of this one. I plan on splitting these videos up between a short and sweet version that'll limit everything to 30 minutes or less, and the version of it where you get to see me actively play the game so you have an idea of what I'm tackling these things with, or an idea of, well, what I'm talking about. I typically try to play games as naturally as possible, and avoid running straight to things unless, well, it's something that's already been brought up in dialogue. You won't catch me making elixirs before I talk to the person who shows me how to make elixirs. Because, well, how else would I know? Am I just gonna go cook monster parts? Maybe, but at the exact same time, it's just kind of up in the air. That's all for now. See ya.